Chapter 60 Dalinar 5 Crossguard was a fine city. While many men looked to the past for great architecture, idealizing cities such as Kholinar or Ral Aram, Dalinar had always been impressed with the modernity of Crossguard. The ramparts were designed to shelter bowmen, and the walls were constructed of fine stone. The inner architecture used contemporary techniques of construction, allowing for buildings much taller and thinner than traditional squat, columned aleth structures. Many even had a second story, like buildings in Shinovar. The majestic city walls had not fared well beneath Elhokar's siege. In fact, siege was too calm a word. It implied time spent in blockade. Elhokar had not come to force surrender, he had come to destroy. The once proud walls that had served Alethkar so well during the Jarna War, now lay pocked with blackened scars, their stone remade to fire by attacking awakeners. A particularly massive hole gaped in the eastern wall, revealing rubbled remains of some buildings. The bodies of soldiers, followers of the king or of Jezzenrosh, but all Aleths, lay in heaps. A double line of spears stood driven into cracks in the stone a short distance from the broken wall. Each was tipped by a decapitated head. The wretched displays were only shadows in the distance, yet Dalinar turned away, sickened, lest he imagine his son's face on one of the spears. Elhokar's army waited in Crossguard's shadow. They hadn't sought refuge within the city, that wasn't the Kanaran way, and Jezzenrosh's loss proved the relative ineffectiveness of fortifications. No, Elhokar would meet Dalinar head-on and arrogant. The king would ride against his Parshan with the same bravado he had used against both Pralir and Crossguard.
"Jezzenrosh put up a good fight,"
Echothan said, riding at Dalinar's side.
"It looks like he forced the attack all the way into his city, up to the palace itself, I'd guess. Elhokar may have taken Crossguard, but it cost him a good number of his men."
Dalinar nodded. Elhokar had suffered great losses, but his force was still a good 25,000 strong. Dalinar had barely 20,000 at his command, and it was a wonder he had been able to gather that many. Fortunately, Echothan hadn't been the only one to quietly gather troops in preparation for Dalinar's possible call. It almost seemed that everyone in the nation, save Dalinar himself, had known that he would eventually go to war with his nephew. The parley tent was ready. Dalinar nodded for Echothan and his shard-bearers to join him, then rode down the slope to meet with the king. As he approached, the destruction was even more vivid. Dalinar kept his eyes off the corpses of dead men as well as the corpse of the city itself. The blackened holes in the wall were unnatural. Awakeners should not be used in such a manner. On that topic both heraldic lore and the way of kings were quite firm. Elhokar waited in the tent, sitting in a rich wooden chair. Dalinar wouldn't have been surprised to find the chair had been pillaged from Jezzenrosh's own room. A fine wooden table stood at the center of the tent, with an empty chair at its other side. So civilized, Dalinar thought to himself. The gesture, like so many other things in his life, seemed incongruous. Rich woods, sitting among the smell of burning bodies. Courtesy on the part of a man who had just executed his own cousin. Dalinar's son, Arador. With the boy's face firm in his mind, Dalinar climbed off his mount and walked to the tent. The first time Echothan Cardinar had seen Elhokar, the boy had been a youth, come with his father to make allies of its northern friend. Even then, Elhokar had been a spoiled child. Echothan could still remember the young prince's haughty demands and quick temper during that feast so many years before. Power had only made the boy worse, and a boy he still was, despite his age. He sat with a dark, almost pouting expression as Dalinar took the offered seat. They faced each other, one in golden sunburst armor, the other in simple yet elegant silver and blue. Ichothan had met the tyrant Bane for the first time during that same feast 2 decades gone. He had been waiting for Dalinar to take the throne ever since.
"You should be proud, Elhokar,"
Ichothan thought, taking off his helm and holding it under one arm as he moved to stand beside Dalinar's chair.
"In your own way, you'll help build a greater Alethkar. If not for your incompetence, Dalinar would never have had a reason to become king."
If Dalinar had one weakness, it was a romanticized sense of duty. A more pragmatic man would never have let the kingdom come to such ruin under Elhokar's reign. There were ways of making certain an unstable king did not live long enough to destroy his nation. Dalinar would never consider such options. Yet Ichothan could not find it within himself to blame the man for his sense of honor. Those very ideals, outdated though they may be, were what had earned Dalinar the loyalty and respect he now carried. The tent remained silent as the two men regarded one another. Ichothan, at the head of Dalinar's shard-bearers, stood with a relaxed posture, trying to catch Elhokar's eye in the hopes that he might be able to give the boy an unnerving smile. Elhokar did not turn toward him, however. Ichothan always had been beneath the king's consideration. "You don't have to do this, uncle," Elhokar finally said.
"You killed my son, Elhokar," Dalinar replied in a tired, solemn voice.
"Your son was a traitor," Elhokar said. "He disobeyed me, and he disobeyed you. The kingdom has just suffered a civil war. You wish to put it through a second?" Ichothan snorted quietly, the noise finally bringing a contemptuous glare from Elhokar. Ichothan smiled, showing teeth and narrowing eyes set in a scarred face, and locked Elhokar's gaze. The king finally glanced away.
"Oh, I see the truth in your words, boy," Ichothan thought. "So does everyone in this tent. You'll never trust Dalinar again, not after this. He can't back down now. You would just do to him what you did to Jezenrosh."
Dalinar finally sighed, his breath deep like the winds themselves.
"Here is what we are going to do, Elhokar," he said. "You will abdicate in favor of Arden, your son. You will take the vows of a monk and renounce your titles and lands. I will let you live."
Elhokar laughed. "You'll let me, will you, uncle? How kind of you! Especially since my scouts place the strength of my forces far above yours. I have the edge in troops, towers, and blades. Your army won't even be a bother for us." Dalinar took the scorn with a flat face. When it was through, he looked away from Elhokar, instead turning to regard the collected shard-bearers and lords who stood behind the king.
"My forces will wait 1 day before attacking," Dalinar told the men. "Hear well. Elhokar refused my offer of peace. By attacking his countrymen and shaming his honor, he has forfeited the throne. Before the Almighty, I take the regency in the name of Arden Kholin, the rightful heir."
He paused, then spoke with clear force.
"If any of you wish to seek penance for what you did here at Crossguard, you may join my camp. Your aid will be welcome."
Elhokar sat, stunned. "You actually think they would switch sides?" he asked incredulously.
"Oh, now that's not the right reaction," Ichothan thought. "Where's that infamous Kholin temper?"
Ichothan leaned forward, placing a gauntleted hand on the table.
"Oh?" he asked. "Look behind you, idiot."
Elhokar glanced to the side unconsciously. His loyal soldiers did not display the looks of outrage that he had obviously expected. Far too many of them appeared thoughtful, and a few were even nodding. While they immediately tried to hide their expressions, the damage had been done. Elhokar's face flushed red at the sight.
"Give this up, lad," Dalinar said quietly.
Elhokar growled, then stood suddenly, grabbing the side of the table and throwing it to the side with plate-enhanced strength. Echothan smiled to himself, summoning his blade as the wooden table smashed to the stones a short distance away. Looks like they wouldn't have to wait after all. Dalinar laid a hand on Echothan's arm and shook his head slightly.
We will not spread blood in the tent of parley.
Echothan frowned, glancing at Elhokar. The king obviously had no such compunctions. Smoke spouted from the boy's hand, a shard blade forming. None of the king's men moved to join him, however, and Dalinar's raised hand kept his own men from acting. "You act so honorable, uncle," Elhokar spat. "But I know this is what you've been waiting for. An excuse! You don't approve of me. You never approved of me. You and my sister always tried to control me. You never let me be king. Well, I've killed 2 traitors so far. Another will not prove so hard, I should think." Elhokar swung, blade appearing even as his arm descended. Echothan tensed, cursing Dalinar's reticence. He moved, but was too slow to block the blade. Dalinar's hand came up. Blade met plate as Dalinar caught the weapon on the back of his armored fist, then deftly turned his hand around and caught Elhokar's sword on the back of its blade. Elhokar yanked the weapon, but Dalinar's grip held firm, plate-enhanced fingers remaining tight. The tent was silent, save for the sound of Elhokar's curses. Then slowly, Dalinar stood. He released the blade, causing Elhokar to stumble slightly. A full head taller than the king, massive and dignified in silver and blue, Dalinar seemed to tower over Elhokar, a king who was still little more than the spoiled boy who had visited Echothan's court, jealous of the attention his cousin Shenarus had received. Elhokar regained his footing. He appeared as if he were going to swing again, but paused, looking up at Dalinar.
"Yes," Echothan thought. "Look and see true nobility, Elhokar. See what you should have been, and be ashamed."
"One day," Dalinar said, then turned and strode from the tent. Echothan gave Elhokar one final smile, then turned and joined his friend as the men mounted up again.
"That went well,"
he noted. Dalinar just shook his head.
"You didn't really expect him to abdicate, did you?"
Echothan said.
"Perhaps," Dalinar said. "Elhokar is not an exemplary man, but he does have some sense of honor."
Echothan snorted.
"I haven't seen any such." "He found and defeated his father's murderer," Dalinar said. "Even with Crossguard, I sense that I'm missing something, some part of Elhokar's logic. His actions make ethical sense in his own mind, I think." "You give him too much credit."
Mounted, Dalinar turned, glancing back toward the parley tent. Elhokar stood at its edge, watching Dalinar, face still red.
"He's a self-indulgent fool, old friend,"
Echothan said, shaking his head.
"He always has been."
"Yes," Dalinar admitted, "but that doesn't make him harmless. He may be foolhardy, but he has passion. I've seen him kill men that had twice his skill, all because he fights with single-minded intensity."
"Such men as he die quickly,"
Echothan observed.
"True," Dalinar said. "And we must see that he doesn't take the kingdom with him when he goes."
Chapter 61. Jek 10. Jek's son Villano, truthless of Shinovar, made very good time back to King Ovin's camp. He and his soldiers had abandoned their disguises as soon as they were out of sight of Crossguard, rendezvousing with the other 3 members of their group who had been left to watch the horses. Still, despite the speed of their travels, it still took them a day and a half of hard riding to reach the main body of the army, or at least the place where Jek assumed it would be. Jek reined in his horse, calling halt to his group. The men, 13 in number, as 2 had been left behind when their horses gave out from the exhaustive ride, did as commanded, slowing around him. He scanned the horizon, looking for signs of the army's passing. They were close, that much he could sense, but how close? The endless Kanaran hills rolled around him, similar to solidified dunes of sand. It was remarkably easy to hide even a large army among their valleys if one were clever and set a very good perimeter. And that perimeter was what worried Jack. "Dismount," he commanded. "Taladoc and Jansmir will stay with the horses. The rest will continue with me on foot." "My lord?" asked Jershel, the squad captain. He was a smaller man, a quick and clever swordsman, the type that Jack preferred to work with. He also rarely questioned Jack's command, which was another qualifying feature for any man Jack chose to serve under him. This irregularity, however, was too much for even Jershel's obedient nature. "We can ride forward without fear, my lord," he said. "We have the pass flag." "I know," Jack said, climbing from his horse. "Do as I order." "Yes, my lord," Jershel said, waving to his men. The appellation of Lord still bothered Jack. As a truthless, he no longer had a title. The men, however, tended to have trouble following anyone they couldn't verbally distinguish as their better, so Jack suffered the usage. A bit of light flashed in the afternoon sun, sparkling just briefly atop a hill in the near distance. "There," Jack thought, orienting himself. He watched carefully for a second sign of watchers, but unfortunately nothing obvious presented itself. Forced to trust his instincts, Jack made the best guesses he could, then led his men quickly toward a nearby mid-hill valley. Alone, he would have no trouble getting into the camp unseen. That, however, would be an unfair test of the army's perimeter. He was trained to avoid Shin warriors. Sneaking past Easterners was more bothersome than it was dangerous. However, slipping an entire party of men into the camp, that would be a true challenge. "Let's see just how good your watchmen are, idiot king," Jack thought, whispering his men some basic instructions, then leading them in a careful path toward what Jack guessed was the center of the camp. They moved quickly at first. They were still far enough away that there was little danger of being spotted so long as they kept to the backs of hillsides. Once they got near to where the perimeter probably began, Jack whispered a halt, then crawled up to the top of a hill to scout. The stone was cool beneath his fingers, not rough, like most rocks back in Shinovar, but instead uniformly smooth, except, of course, for the palm-sized rings of stone that marked where long-dead rockbud polyps had once clung to the hillside. There were living buds, too, though they were closed at the moment. Jack crouched beside a particularly large one, its dome as wide as his forearm. "Odd," he thought, running his fingers across its brittle, rocky shell. "Even the plants are blasphemous here. They use the stone to their own ends." Of course, it wasn't really stone that the rockbuds used to form their shells. It was the crom. The ubiquitous substance fell with the rain, providing nutrients for the rockbuds and other plants, as well as giving them minerals to grow their shells. Jack sighed as he lay against the stone. This wasn't the way land was supposed to be. Instead of endless hills of rock, there should have been plains and grass, trees and streams. In Shinovar, there was no crom. Who would have thought that a bit of brown sludge could make such a difference? That sludge, however, hardened over time. In the Kanaran peninsulas, dust could not settle and dirt could not form, for the crom fell and hardened everything into the same uniform stone. Buildings grew stalactites over time, and any object left alone for too long would eventually become one with the stone. It took years, but it would happen. This is what made the lands to the east both holy and desecrated. They were lands where stone truly ruled, lands where men were not meant to live. Only in Shinovar, where the steep mountains surrounded the entire peninsula, could man find soil and life. Green life. Jack had almost forgotten what real plants looked like. This geography, however, was very good for hiding. The numerous hills of the Kanaran lowlands allowed Avin to set up a very strict perimeter. Keen-eyed scouts could watch from hilltops, spying intruders, both intentional and accidental. Anyone who wandered into the perimeter was killed. No mistakes could be suffered. Unfortunately, Jek couldn't find any outposts. He studied the hilltops for a few careful moments, then decided he must have misjudged the distance to the camp's center. He turned and began to slink back toward his men, then froze in reflexive alarm as his senses warned of unseen danger. The arrows began to fall a few seconds later. Jek's men cried out, pulling out useless swords or hiding behind shields. Jek was close enough that several arrows flew toward him, and for a brief, joyous moment he thought one might strike him. His hand snapped out and grabbed the arrow. Death would not serve his master, and would break his vows, end his punishment. That could not be allowed, no matter how much his heart wished that it was an option. 2 more arrows flew his direction, and he unfortunately was able to snatch them both. Below, Jershal pulled the pass flag from beneath his cloak and held it high. Jek smiled, despite himself. He hadn't ordered the man to bring the flag, nor had he ordered Jershal to display it. However, he had no right to complain. One did not choose clever men as companions if one did not wish them to do clever things. The arrows stopped falling as a group of ambushers revealed their position atop a nearby hill. 5 of Jek's men had taken arrows, 2 of them serious wounds. Jek passed through the valley and walked up to meet the archer's commander as Jershal saw to the wounded. "My lord," the commander said with surprise, recognizing Jek. "We had no idea it was you, my lord. We would never have fired if we had—" "Your orders are to attack anyone who passes into the perimeter unless they raise the pass flag," Jek snapped. "Even me." Yes, my lord," the captain said with embarrassment. "I was watching for you," Jek said, trying to keep the testiness out of his voice. "How did you remain hidden so well?" Failing to find Lady Yasna was one thing, but letting himself get ambushed? Had it finally happened? Had he spent so long among the heathens that he had begun to lose his edge? The captain waved to a member of his squad who pulled up a deep brown blanket crusted with a rocky substance, probably clay that had been awakened to stone. "The watchman now lay beneath these," the captain said. "It was King Oven's idea." "Clever," Jek admitted, studying the stiff contraption. The stone coloring blended very well with the hill rock. From a distance, a man hiding beneath it would be impossible to see, though the covering would be horribly hot during the day. "We almost didn't see you, my lord," the captain admitted. "Actually, we only noticed you because one of my men heard your group scraping the rock." "I should have had them remove their boots." "It is a good thing you did see us," Jek said, eyeing his wounded men. "If I had managed to get a group of 12 soldiers past you, King Oven would likely have had your head. Lead me to the camp. I have important news for His Majesty." Jek was already in a sour mood from the ambush. What he heard when he entered the royal tent did not improve his disposition. Oven was in council with the Aleth man, Balanmar, again. Jek paused just inside the tent door, frowning to himself. It was alarming how quickly Balanmar had gone from prisoner to advisor, and even more alarming how quickly Oven had apparently come to trust the Stormkeeper. They didn't even know whether or not Balanmar's map through the caves would lead to Yasna's capture, yet Oven already treated the aging man as a respected counselor. The tent room was lush, as a king's should be, but Jek knew from experience that Oven cared little about such conveniences. He kept the rugs, pillows, and wood furniture out of a desire to maintain appearances and nothing else. The pavilion itself was large, with 4 rooms, but Oven kept mostly to the open central chamber. It was in this chamber that Oven now stood, speaking carefully with Balanmar, who sat in a plush wooden chair beside the tent wall. The 2 men stopped speaking when Jek entered. "What were they discussing?" He wondered with annoyance, then was further annoyed that he should care. He didn't trust Belanmar, true, but what did that matter? Jack wanted Oven to fail, all the better if the king were betrayed by one he had so foolishly accepted into his confidence.
"You're back early, assassin,"
Oven said with his firm, yet not overly loud voice.
"Dalinar Kholin marches on crossguard,"
Jack announced, walking into the room. Oven hissed a long, quiet breath through his teeth.
"You are certain of this information?"
"No," Jack said. "I was unable to validate my source. However, I believe the fact to be truth. When I entered Crossguard, I noticed something odd about the Aleth army, but couldn't quite place it. I later realized that the camp looked too orderly, too on guard. It wasn't the camp of a group that had just won a war, but rather that of an army preparing for battle. King Elhokar executed Dalinar's heir when he took Crossguard. Apparently, this act finally spurred the Tyrant Bane to action." Oven's frown deepened, and he leaned one arm against a large wooden cabinet in thought.
"That does sound like Dalinar, Lord Oven,"
Belanmar said.
"Though why he would let his son ride to Crossguard baffles me."
"Arador Kholin was allowed to become too independent," Oven said offhandedly. "He wasn't raised to be the heir, and was given far too much leeway. He must have gone to Crossguard without his father's permission." "You know this from the songs?" Jack asked. Oven nodded slightly, his thoughts obviously still troubled. He tapped his fingers against the cabinet, the one piece of furniture Jack knew the king valued. It was the one that contained his birds. Only 3 remained alive. "Yet," Jack said, catching Oven's attention, forcing him to read Jack's lips, "you didn't predict this possibility? You claim to have known that Dalinar would stay out of the war, but he has not. What of your clever knowledge now?" Oven's eyes thinned.
"You will not mock me again, assassin," he ordered, "even subtly."
Jack's face flushed, and he noted a glint of mirth in Belanmar's eyes. "Control yourself," Jack told himself. "Do not let these Easterners rile you."
"Dalinar Kholin is a problem," Oven finally said. "No, I didn't predict this. I've had trouble understanding Dalinar recently. He used to be an easy man to predict. He was straightforward, a lover of strong martial ballads with firm, unyielding beats. But recently his tastes have become more longing. He still favors battle epics, but rather than songs of brilliant victors, he requests ballads about men who fight and tragically lose. Introspective pieces, questioning pieces. Dalinar is not the man he once was, and I don't quite know what he has become." "Dalinar Kholin has grown increasingly unpredictable over the last few years," Belanmar agreed. "It began with his wife's death, I believe. But the biggest changing point came when he lost both brother and eldest son to the traitor. I think you will have trouble predicting what he will do, my lord." "Who are you to speak of traitors?" Jack thought with an inward snort. "All men are predictable, old man," Oven said curtly. "And all men are erratic. We are beings of moods and passions. A man's taste in music can change from one hour to the next. It is understanding the whole and the meaning of that whole that gives insight to his actions. For while moods change, motives are stable. Dalinar Kholin has a strong affection for all members of his family. I did not predict his coming, but I can deal with it. In many ways, he will be an easier foe to fight than Elhokar."
"Unless Jasnah is with him," Jack said, carefully watching the king's eyes for a reaction. Jack was not disappointed. The mere mention of Jasnah's name made Oven's eyes flash with momentary uncertainty. "Dalinar isn't the one he fears at all," Jack thought, confirming his suspicions. It's the woman. Oven's dedication of an entire 10 squad of troops, along with 5 full shard-bearers to hunt down Yasna, was only further proof of that fact.
She won't be with Dalinar, Balinmar said. The caverns let out far from Kholinar. Even if she managed to find horses, she could conceivably have reached the city by now, but there's no way she could have arrived early enough to send Dalinar to Crossguard. He left of his own avail.
Jack bristled slightly at the man's tone. The old Stormkeeper didn't talk like a traitor or a conspirator, but instead like a kindly grandfather, one who suffered Jack and Oven because they amused him, rather than because they had anything important to add. Everything about the Stormkeeper felt wrong. "You never told us how you escaped the attack on Ral Aram, old man," Jack said.
"Of course he did," Oven replied. "Or at least he told me. Do not think you are privy to all that I know and do, assassin. You are a tool."
"And a slave," Jack added.
"Even if Yasna Kholin is with them, we will prevail," Oven said, as if to bolster his own determination. "She is a brilliant strategist, but every strategy can be broken, and every tactic countered."
"True," Jack said, "assuming your side has the better commander." It was as close to a question of Oven's abilities as he would let himself get. Horseback riding and foreign tongues could be taught in a secret classroom, but command skills? Those required practice and experience to develop. Clever though he may be, Oven had neither. Oven regarded Jack with a terse yet delving glance.
"You underestimated me from the beginning, assassin. You assumed I would be turned over by my own people, yet I took their armies for my own. You assumed I would never reach Ral Aram, yet I passed through the Oath Gates with the power of the heralds themselves. Now you tell me I cannot win this war. Someday, perhaps, you will understand. One doesn't need brilliant military strategies if one can predict what his enemy is going to do."
"And you can predict Yasna?" Jack asked.
"Everyone is predictable," Oven repeated.
"Even you, Oven Vadenel?" asked Balinmar, almost forgotten during the tense exchange between king and assassin. Oven didn't hear the comment, but he saw Jack glance at Balinmar. The idiot king's eyes flicked to the side, focusing on the aged counselor.
"Are you predictable, King of Yar Kaved?" Balinmar asked. "What are your motivations? Why do you conquer?" "Because no one has succeeded before," Oven answered, almost without thought.
"And that's all?" Balinmar asked curiously. "That's your grand purpose?"
"No man has ever ruled it all," Oven said. 4,000 years of history, and no man has ever conquered all of Roshar."
"And you would be the first?"
Oven paused, then nodded firmly.
Balinmar studied the king's face, eyes thinning slightly.
"There's more," he finally said. "That answer is too easy, King Vadenel. Perhaps you believe it, perhaps not. It is not, however, the reason you conquer. The lure of power motivates many men, true, but it doesn't inspire hatred and pain such as your eyes hide."
The room was quiet.
"Go,"
Oven finally said, pointing at the tent door.
"Both of you, leave me."
Jack nodded, bowing slightly and retreating. Balinmar moved less alacritously, and as Jack left the tent, he caught sight of the old man's face, smiling broadly in satisfaction.
Chapter 62 Shinri 11 Getting Marina Shardblade was, of course, an impossibility. As far as Shinri had been able to determine, There were only 3 shard-bearers left in the palace, and they would all be master swordsmen. No, she had enough trouble coming up with a way to steal and conceal 2 regular swords, let alone worrying about a shard blade. How to get a pair of swords? The Alith section of the palace had been thoroughly looted. She searched through several of the rooms, hoping that a departed or slain nobleman might have left a spare sword behind. But if such weapons had existed, then the Vaden conquerors had already found them. She considered simply demanding a pair of swords, and hoping that her title and heir would be enough to keep questions to a minimum. That, however, did not seem like a very good gamble, especially considering the way Avon's nobleman guards treated her. Most likely she would not only end up without weapons, but raise a great deal of suspicion in the process. Even if she did find the swords, keeping them hidden would be a task unto itself. She wouldn't be able to bring the weapons back to her rooms, lest one of her ladies see her or stumble upon the hiding place. She could hide them in a hallway somewhere, but what if she were seen carrying them? And, even more pointedly, how is she going to sneak them past the prison guard? The man was greedy, true, but she doubted any bribe would be enough to turn his eyes from a pair of weapons, obviously intended to arm his own prisoners. It was at that moment that Shinri realized something very important. Perhaps her problems weren't several, but singular. Or rather, what if the 2 problems were simply solutions to one another? So it was that she found herself approaching the prison hallway with a pouch of coins and a large jug of wine. A visit to Avon's physician had not only let her pretend to be playing along with the plan, but also let her complain of sleepless nights, a claim her ladies had been able to substantiate. The resulting herbs, intended to help her sleep, had instead gone into the wine. The only trick would be getting the slovenly guard to drink while still on duty. Shinri doubted, however, that he would be able to resist the wine for long, especially since she intended to arrive near the beginning of his shift. The guard carried a full long sword and a typical nobleman's knife, a weapon with a blade as long as a man's forearm, intended to be rammed through the slits of armored helms or chinks in shard plate. The weapons weren't the 2 swords she had hoped for, but they were by far the most accessible, especially since she already needed to deal with the guard anyway. Either way, she was feeling rather proud of herself when she entered the hallway to find the prison completely unguarded. Shinri paused abruptly, the heavy jug thumping back against her leg. The guard's chair and table sat empty. She stepped forward, peeking into the prison hallways themselves. He wasn't in either one. Apprehensive, Shinri set down her jug, then approached Renarin's cell. "Renarin?" she whispered. "Oh, good," his familiar voice returned. "You're here." "The guard's gone," Shinri said with confusion. "I know," Renarin said. "He came with some others and took Merrin." "Took Merrin?" Shinri asked. "Where?" "I don't know," Renarin replied. There was something odd about his voice, something Shinri couldn't quite place. Then she realized what it was. He didn't sound distracted or withdrawn at all. In fact, his voice was firm, focused. "Listen to me, Shinri," Renarin said gravely. "Merrin is in a great deal of danger. Your Vaden king has arrived to attack Elokar's forces, but instead of 1 army, he found 2. My father had begun marching on crossguard before King Avon even left Ral Aram." "Your father?" Shinri said. "How do you know these things? And why would Lord Dalinar go to war now when, before he—" "There isn't time, Shinri," Renarin said firmly. "Lord Dalinar goes to war to avenge my brother Arador. You can't think about that now, however. With Merrin goes our only hope to escape this city. You have to free him." Shinri stood, stunned, all of her cautious plans crumbling to dust. "Free him?" she asked, How? I don't have time to come up with— They're probably taking him to the stables, Renarin interrupted. Merrin will fight if given the chance. You have to give him that chance, Shinri. Are you wearing any jade? Shinri paused. Jade? She asked, dumbfounded. Yes, Renarin said. My bracelet is jade, she said, fingering the inset green stones. Give it to Merrin, Renarin said urgently. It doesn't matter how you do it, but make certain he gets that bracelet. Go, Shinri. Go now. Shinri stumbled back away from his cell, taken aback by the intensity in his voice. Go, Renarin said. She did, rushing out of the hallway in a near daze of confusion. She didn't have time to think of the things Renarin had said. Arador? Dead? Merrin? Taken to the stables? Why? Why would they try to use Merrin against Lord Dalinar? Why not send Renarin, the far better bargaining piece? Unless they intended to give a warning, proof of what they would do to Renarin if Lord Dalinar did not back down. There was one thing Merrin was that Renarin was not. Expendable.
Chapter 63. Merrin, 13. The men around Merrin spoke in a language he almost understood. Many of the words sounded familiar, they were just off somehow. Close enough to his own tongue to make him think he should comprehend, but different enough that trying to do so left him frustrated. He was pretty sure he understood one word when it was spoken, however. A name. Dalinar. Renarin was obviously right about Yakaved controlling the city. Merrin kept his head down, walking through the first palace hallways with a stumbling, slump-shouldered gait. The three men had come to his cell expecting a fight, so Merrin hadn't given it to them. Far better they assume him broken until Merrin was certain of their intentions. But what did they want with him? Perhaps they were going to interrogate him. The heroes from the stories were often tortured for information. In fact, Merrin had been slightly surprised that so far no one had made any demands of him. His stomach turned slightly at the thought. The heroes always withstood their sufferings with an almost passionate zeal. To them, torture was simply another test of bravery. Merrin, however, didn't think it would be that easy. Well, he thought, at least I don't have any information to betray, though they probably won't believe that. He would have to try and escape. Unfortunately, the situation did not look good. His wrists were manacled together in front of him, clasped so tightly that it would be difficult, if not impossible, to hold a weapon. There were only 3 guards, but they were big men, and they kept an alert eye on him despite his weak shambling. The palace hallways were well guarded, with soldiers at many intersections, and the occasional random patrol. When he did decide to struggle, he would probably bring another half-10-set soldiers running. Of course, there was the chance that he wasn't going to be tortured, but released. That made little sense. If anyone were to be ransomed, it would be Renarin. He was not only Lord Dalinar's son, but now that Arador was gone, Renarin was the heir to Kholinar. The soldiers led Merrin through a less ornate section of the palace. There seemed to be fewer guards here, fewer people in general. The corridors were darker, the stones dirtier. Exactly the kind of place one would expect to find a chamber of tortures. Merrin glanced up at his captors. One soldier stood at his left, leading Merrin by the elbow. One walked behind Merrin, the other in front. Merrin's spearman's training had included some rudimentary unarmed combat moves, and Basher's stances had expanded upon this knowledge. Still, one weakened, unarmed man against 3 noblemen with swords? He wouldn't have a better chance. Merrin tensed, preparing to elbow the man at his side. Then he paused as he caught the scent of something familiar, a smell he hadn't come to know until his elevation to nobleman. The smell of horses. Perhaps they were going to let him go after all. A few seconds later, his captors led him into a large, high-roofed stable. Horse stalls lined the walls, and the smells of feed and dung were strong in the air. Some stable hands worked preparing a fine-looking roan stallion, its saddlebags packed for an extended trip. Marin stood in confusion as one of his captors pushed him against a wooden stable door, then walked over to bark at the stable hands in his foreign tongue. Marin stayed where he had been put. The three soldiers eventually adopted bored postures, and it became obvious that they were waiting for something. The something turned out to be a someone. He strode into the stables, dressed in fine sea silks. These Vaden men appeared to prefer tighter clothing than their Aleth counterparts, for this man's rich trousers and shirt were tailored to fit snugly. He wore a broad, squarish cloak and had a short beard. He also carried no sword. Marin maintained his slumped posture, but watched the newcomer with careful eyes. The nobleman checked over the horse, and Marin noted for the first time that the beast's livery matched the glyph on the newcomer's cloak. The man finished his inspection and waved the stable hands away, apparently commanding them to leave the stables. Then he finally turned to Marin. He held out his hand to the side, white smoke gathering around his palm, as Marin's suspicions about the man's nature were confirmed. Marin glanced at the horse, the only saddled beast in the room. Only one man would make a journey this day. Then he looked at the shard-bearer, whose weapon was appearing and whose eyes showed a measure of grim resolution. Two guards appeared at Marin's shoulders, grabbing him in tight grips, and Marin realized that he had waited too long. The Vadens weren't going to set him free. They were going to use him to prove to Lord Dalinar that they had Renarin held captive. For that purpose, Marin's severed head would serve just as well as his living testimony. Marin slumped in his captor's grip, trying to gain a bit of slack in preparation for a struggle. The shard-bearer's blade appeared, and he stepped forward, raising it. A sudden yell snapped in the air. Marin didn't understand the words, but he recognized the voice. Lady Shinri stood at the palace stable entrance, breathing deeply and looking disheveled. She yelled a demand at the soldiers in Vaden, her tone intolerant. The men, unfortunately, ignored her. So Lady Shinri started throwing things. She had very impressive aim. The large vase that smashed into one of Marin's guards must have made an unwieldy projectile, yet it struck true, shattering against the man's temple and causing him to cry out in shocked pain. Marin threw his weight against the second guard, ramming his elbow into the man's stomach as the shard-bearer turned and raised a wary hand to fend off a flurry of thrown ceramics, horseshoes, and even what appeared to be jewelry. Marin brought his manacled hands around, smashing the metal clasp into the face of his still-stunned captor. The guard went down, though the other two men were quickly advancing on Shinri's position. The shard-bearer turned his attention back to Marin as Shinri was forced to focus on the two soldiers. Suddenly, something flipped through the air in Marin's direction. He tried to duck, but Shinri's aim was nothing short of amazing, and it smacked him square in the forehead. In that moment, whether from the daze of being hit or the confusion of the moment, Marin thought he saw something. For just a brief second, Marin felt the winds return to him. Shinri's projectile, a green and silver bracelet, bounced off his forehead and dropped toward the ground. Marin snatched it with a reflexive yet awkward grab, and, like a breath exhaled from the Almighty himself, the air around Marin shifted. The winds curled and twisted, viscous and obvious. They whispered in his mind again, expanding his knowledge and his senses. The deep, bitter longing he had suppressed suddenly burst forth and was sated. The shard-bearer's swinging weapon flashed in the sunlight, air twisting around it. Marin jumped back, desperately trying to avoid the blow, and his fingers, which gripped Shinri's bracelet, flared with a blazing pain. The winds moved. They lost their chaotic twirling, a 10-set different currents whipping like streamers before him. They turned with surprising uniformity, their flows reorienting to push against Marin. The burst of wind shoved him back, out of the shard-blade's path. Marin raised his bound hands at the same time, overcoming the flaring pain caused by a bracelet that suddenly seemed to be burning with an inner heat. Winds swept around his arms, guiding his hands in the path he directed, moving them faster than muscle alone could provide. The shard blade flashed before Marin in a broad swing, passing directly between his manacled hands and shearing through the metal bonds. Marin stumbled back, falling to the ground and dropping the bracelet with a groan of pain. The air immediately returned to plain mundanity, as invisible to him as it was to everyone else. The shard-bearer stood, dumbfounded, as the shackles fell free from Merrin's hands and thunked to the floor beside the bracelet. There was a moment of silence, then the shard-bearer looked up at Merrin, raised his weapon again, and advanced. Merrin scrambled frantically, looking for a weapon. The soldier he had attacked lay on the ground a short distance away, and Merrin grabbed for a hilt sticking out from beneath the man's unconscious body. Unfortunately, as Merrin grabbed the hilt and pulled it out, he was rewarded not with a sword, but a nobleman's knife. Merrin stumbled to his feet anyway, holding the weapon in a stance. However, the foot-long blade looked depressingly inadequate when facing the enormous shard blade. The shard-bearer had an amazing reach, and he could easily shear through metal. He smiled as he regarded Merrin's defense. Suddenly, Merrin felt the terror Vasher had spoken of, the fear that came from facing a shard-bearer. He was back on the Shieldholm sands, holding a simple arrow, while his opponent advanced with a steel blade. He felt the stance and saw the flaws in his opponent's form. The Vaden wasn't a warrior. He was what Vasher had taught Merrin to defeat, a man who relied not on skill, but upon his weapon. The man's form was neat, he was obviously a duelist, but it was strict and rigid, and it was confident. Far too confident.
"Overconfidence is really just a problem of flexibility," Vasher's voice whispered. "Presumption creates predictability."
The shard-bearer struck with an almost snide swing of his weapon. It was a one-handed blow that had undoubtedly cut down many a cringing battlefield peasant, an arrogant, demeaning attack. Merrin dodged to the side, feeling the winds, though he couldn't see them, then lunged forward, ducking beneath the man's surprised backhand, and rammed his dagger directly through the shard-bearer's forearm. The man screamed in pain, dropping his blade. Merrin leapt for the fallen weapon, lifting it in two hands. Merrin saw that same terror in the fallen shard-bearer's eyes, the realization of what he faced, of what was coming, just before the blade took him in the neck. Merrin gasped for breath, standing over the corpse with dazed surprise. "Merrin!" a feminine voice screamed. Merrin spun, raising the blade. It was awkward and unfamiliar in his hands, but Vasher had taught him to deal with that. The two remaining guards held a frantically struggling Shinri, oblivious to what had just happened behind them. Both men died before they had time to realize their mistake. Shinri stumbled back, rubbing her wrist where one of the men had grabbed her. Her eyes flickered to the dead men, but she didn't gasp or pale when confronted by the corpses. Merrin stood for a moment, listening for signs that the struggle had been heard, waiting for the sudden rush of soldiers. They didn't come. The stables were secluded, and the shard-bearer had sent the stable hands away so that they wouldn't witness Merrin's death. Everything was oddly quiet. "You killed them messily enough," Shinri said, bending down to search one of the bodies. "Shard blades aren't known for their cleanliness," Merrin replied as he wiped the blade free of blood. Shinri snorted, picking up a fallen soldier's sword and returning it to the sheath she had removed from his belt. "For Renarin," she said to his questioning glance. "I assume you intend to go back for him?" "Of course," Merrin said firmly. "But you'll have to show me the way." Shinri nodded, waving him to follow. Merrin stepped back first, however, studying the bracelet she had thrown at him. It sparkled with opaque green stones, the same stone his glyph ward had been made from. It did not seem hot to the touch, nor did his hand show any burn marks, though he could still feel traces of the agonizing pain in his fingers. "Are you coming?" she asked. Merrin nodded, grabbing the bracelet and standing. His vision changed immediately, granting him sight of the flow and ebb of the room's subtle wind currents. Touching the silver casing, however, gave no such reaction. "It wasn't the glyph at all," he thought with a numb mind. "It was never the glyph. It was the stone." "What rock is this?" he asked as he joined Shinri in the hallway. "Jade," Shinri said. "It's fairly common among women's jewelry." "How did you know to throw this to me?" he asked. She eyed him with a glance that told him just how little she appreciated his tone. "Renarin," she said. "He told me to give it to you. Why?" What does it matter?" Marin just shook his head. How did one explain such a thing? He had seen the look in her eyes when he had spoken of magic before. "I thank you for the rescue," he finally said. "You have incredible aim." Shinri shrugged. "I've had a lot of practice, though not recently. Anyway, your rescue is my own rescue. Come on, I think I can get us back to the prison hallway without incident, but we'll have to move quickly. Someone will discover those bodies before long." Marin nodded, following her lead. He clutched the bracelet in a tight grip, making certain that the jade stone touched his skin. The winds had finally returned. He wasn't about to let them vanish again. Apparently, Shinri's plans for their escape were in-depth, and she had considered the stables as a backup to the oath gates. She knew the patrol routes, and she had memorized every guard post. She led the two of them through a furtive yet uneventful dash toward Renarin's cell. Marin spent the trip waiting expectantly to hear calls of alarm from behind. None came, but that didn't help his nerves. Still, he felt a strong measure of satisfaction at finally having been able to do something. The weeks of captivity were finally over. He had his blade back, and he had the winds. Those two victories alone made him exuberant. Now if they could only escape the city. Shinri paused. Before them lay a hallway Marin vaguely recognized. He had only seen it once from the outside. It was empty. "No guards?" he asked with surprise. Shinri shook her head, leading him forward. "There was only ever one guard, and he was one of the ones you killed in the stables." Marin nodded, joining her at Renarin's door. "I found the keys in the jailer's body," she explained, pulling out a large ring. "We just have to—" "We don't need keys," Marin said, raising the shard blade. "Renarin? Are you in there?" "Of course," a voice replied. "Stand away from the door," Marin said, then rammed his blade between the door and the wall and sliced free the lock's bolt. Shinri raised an appreciative eyebrow, discarding the keys, and Marin pulled open the door. He stepped inside a cell that was unsurprisingly similar to his own. It had no furniture and a set of blank walls unmarked by— "Oh, blessed Lord Maker!" Shinri gasped. Marin spun and immediately saw what she meant. Not all of the walls were blank. The one that held the door was covered with scribbles. Some of the writing was scratched into the stone, and some of it was written in a crusty red color. Apparently, Renarin had used his own blood as ink. The boy himself crouched near the far eastern side of the wall, scratching the stones with a small rock. "Just a moment," he mumbled. "I'm almost done here." Marin stepped back, stunned by the display. The entire wall was covered with the insane scratchings. The tiny numbers seemed to have their own flow, lining together in ways that almost made them seem like painted patterns. Lines of scribbles spun and melded, some rotating around central points, others falling in neat rows. There were thousands of them, each written with the delicate precision of madness. "Renarin," Shinri whispered, "what is this?" "I had to use this wall so the jailer wouldn't see when he looked in through the window," Renarin said, as if in response to the question. "Is that blood?" Shinri asked, paling slightly. "It made for the best writing," Renarin said. "Scratching takes much longer, and I can't see it as well when I'm done. When I started to feel lightheaded from losing so much blood, though, I realized I would have to scratch during the less important sections." "He's gone mad," Marin realized. "It started before, when he traveled with me, but Arador's death mixed with the captivity must have pushed him too far." "Renarin," he said quietly, "we have to go. We left bodies behind us. They'll discover our escape soon." "We have a bit of time yet," Renarin assured him, not looking up from his scribbling. "By the way, I should tell Lady Shinri that she did very well. The permutations spoke a very different story for the rest of us, should your execution have been successful. She even got you a shard blade, I see." Marin looked down at the weapon. "Yes," he said. "Renarin,
We really need to go."
Shinri was still staring at the numbers, and she showed a hint of fear in her eyes.
"I know," Renarin said.
He trailed off, making a few final notations. Then he paused.
"Renarin?"
Renarin sighed, setting down his rock and shaking his head. He stood inspecting his unnatural mural.
"I'm too new at this, Marin. I focused my vision too narrowly. All of this work doesn't tell me much. You're right here in the section I was working on, and I'm on the other side of the door. Lady Shinri is in the center. We're important, especially you two. But I looked so closely at you that I can't see the larger scope. I see days, not years. I'll need to start again." "You're mad," Shinri finally whispered. Renarin smiled. "It's a possibility, I suppose, though I certainly hope that I'm not. I feel a wonder, a joy that I've never missed, yet at the same time known that I should have felt. I can finally see the true patterns that hid just at the edges of my sight. Shinri gave you the jade, Marin?" Marin started, looking down at the bracelet. "How did you—" Renarin looked at him, eyes alight. "How do you feel when you touch the jade, Marin? Does truth open to you? What do you see that others cannot?"
Marin shivered beneath Renarin's gaze.
"I see the wind," he whispered. "I see the air moving."
Renarin nodded, smiling. "I should have known the answer when you showed me that glyph months ago.
I'm sorry. My eyes weren't open yet. I didn't make the connection, though I had, of course, heard of windrunners."
Windrunners? Marin had heard of them, too, in legends and stories. One of the 10 Epelian, epic warriors dedicated to the preservation of the peace of men.
"But," he began, but Renarin cut him off again. "And Lady Shinri," Renarin said, turning to her, "I realize that your experience is limited, but how did you feel when you touched the Oathgate's opal? What did you see?"
She glanced at him, obviously still uncomfortable.
"I didn't see anything," she challenged. "Ah, but you did," Renarin said. "You felt things, knew things that others do not, if just for a moment. Tell me, Shinri, when were you born?"
Shinri frowned.
"We need to go," she said, tone growing cool. "If we don't get to the Oathgates, then—" "Please," Renarin said firmly, "please answer my question."
Marin frowned slightly. Something about Renarin had changed. It wasn't just his strange actions, it was something about the boy's temperament. He seemed far more confident, less withdrawn. The old Renarin would never have been able to command a conversation, yet this one forced even a courtly trained lady into acquiescence.
"The 65th year of the century," she said, "on the 10th day of Markav." "You, Marin?" Renarin asked.
"The same year," Marin said, 965, on the 10th of Marnol.
Renarin nodded. "And I was born on the 17th of Martaln, during the same year." Marin, Shinri, and Renarin. Jade, opal, and onyx. 3 births in the same year. Perhaps, rather than asking if I am mad, we should be wondering something else. What happened 17 years ago that awakened the old powers again?
Marin stood quietly, unable to shake off the aura of those words. He stood, holding Shinri's bracelet, rubbing his thumb against the smooth green stone, just like Renarin did with the shard of onyx held at his side. The air floated and curled in its uncaring way, its dancing performed only for Marin. The others could not see. Was it too much to believe that Renarin saw something in those insane and scattered marks? Something plain and clear to him, but invisible to everyone else?
"We have to go," Shinri said, her voice shocking Marin out of his stupor. "Just a moment," Marin said. "Renarin? My opal?"
Renarin reached into a cleft in the wall's stone, retrieving the dark black opal Marin had shoved desperately through the hole between their cells once he realized the men intended to take him. Marin accepted the black stone, then rammed the shard blade's pommel against the edge of the stone door, knocking free the previous owner's opal. The metal clasps immediately bent back, resting open, like the maw of an insect. Merrin placed his own opal inside, and the claw-like silver tines bent closed, locking the stone in place. The change was immediate. The blade glistened, shimmering like it was made of a silvery liquid. It stretched slightly, thinning and adopting a slight curve. The patterns shimmered, forming the familiar glyphs that had once lined Merrin's blade, then outlining them in the same wave-like pattern. The weapon's hilt lengthened and formed to fit his grip, changing from awkward to familiar in the passing of a few heartbeats. When the process was finished, the weapon Merrin held was indistinguishable from the one that had been taken from him a few weeks before, that day after they had discovered Arador's body. Merrin raised the blade, its presence comforting him like that of an old friend. The silvery metal glistened, and for the first time Merrin realized that he had been wrong about the blade's markings. The patterns weren't those of rivers or waves, as he had once assumed. No, they were imitations of the air patterns around him. If the winds were somehow solidified and trapped in metallic form, they would look something like the blade's design. It had known him even before he had known himself. "Can we go now?" Shinri asked testily. "Yes," Merrin said. "Lead us to the Oath Gates." The first guard died before the other four realized they were under attack. Merrin cut down a second man, pushing his way into the Oathgate chamber as the last three men reacted. As instructed, Renarin ducked around the corner behind Merrin, leaping at one of the soldiers and drawing his attention. Merrin struck at the other two. One man raised his sword, the fear starting to dawn in his eyes. Few men, nobleman or citizen, could face a shard-bearer and maintain still nerves. Apparently a shard-bearer had guarded the room before, but it was the same man who had been ordered to bring Merrin's head. The other soldiers were just regular men. Merrin's blade sheared his opponent's weapon in half, then continued on through flesh. Merrin turned on the last soldier, who held his sword in sweaty palms. He probably knew what to do. The way to attack a shard-bearer was to strike quickly, hoping that luck or skill would guide the blow. A regular man could not defeat a shard-bearer in an extended fight. The soldier was a younger man. Merrin could see his tension, see him preparing for his strike, the last one he would make. Shinri's voice suddenly snapped in the air. Merrin gritted his teeth in annoyance as the woman entered the room, oblivious to his suggestion that she remain outside until the fighting was complete. Merrin's opponent shot a glance at the soldier Renarin was fighting. Both men lowered their weapons and backed from the room, keeping wary eyes on Merrin. A moment later, they were gone, dashing down the hallway, screaming for aid. "What was that?" Merrin demanded, lowering his weapon. "I suggested that they go for help," Shinri said, walking into the room. "We'll be through the Oath Gates before they return, and our escape route will hardly remain secret for long with these corpses lying around." Merrin didn't look down, ignoring her gesture. "Let's go," he said, turning and walking into the central chamber. The white marble floor was wondrous, yet the 10 sculpted gateways, resplendent with cuts of stones and gems, many of which Merrin couldn't name, made even the marble look drab. "Why do you do that?" Shinri asked curiously, joining him among the Oath Gates. "What?" Merrin asked. "You refuse to look at them," Shinri said. "The men you kill." Merrin gritted his teeth, not turning, careful to face away from the carnage near the room's entrance. "That's what they taught us," he said. 2 years ago when I was trained as a spearman. The veterans told us to focus on the fighting, not the dead at our feet. They said never to look down." "I see," Shinri said curiously, studying his face with the infuriatingly knowing look all the courtly women seemed to have mastered. "Merrin, we need to talk," Renarin said, sheathing his sword and tugging on Merrin's cloak. "We have to decide where we're going." Merrin frowned. "What decision is there to make?" he asked. "We're going to Kholinar." "Maybe," Renarin said. "We need to talk, though." "Choose quickly," Shinri advised. "I intend to be in Thela now before those soldiers return. and you'll need me to open the gate for you." Merrin allowed himself to be drawn to the side. "What?" he asked. "Why not Kholinar?" "This city is likely to be besieged," Renarin said. "King Avin would have been a fool not to send forces to watch both Kholinar and Oranja. They're both in Lates." "So?" Merrin asked. "Lates make wonderful positions for cities because of the rivers and the climate," Renarin said, "but they're horribly difficult to defend. Trapped in a steep valley, your opponent always has the high ground advantage. A small containing force can usually hold a much larger one within a walled city, given that city is in a late. If I'd been Avin, I would have immediately sent forces to hold Kholinar and Oranja to keep Elhokar from receiving reinforcements. It makes tactical sense." Merrin frowned. "I don't mean to offend, Renarin, but I thought you didn't know very much about tactics." "My problem has never been knowledge, Merrin," Renarin said. "Leadership isn't as much about what you know, but about how confidently you display it. That's immaterial now, however. I just don't think we should go to Kholinar. We'll be trapped." Merrin's frown deepened as he noticed the onyx in Renarin's hand and the quick, tense exhales of wind coming from his nostrils.
"Is this a guess, or something else?"
"A little of both," Renarin said. "Like I said, I made my projections on too small a scale, which limited my view. I don't think we should go to Kholinar."
"Where then?" Merrin asked.
"Lochanran," Renarin said confidently.
"Lochanran?" Merrin asked.
"That's part of Yakaved, a conquered kingdom.
Why would you want to go there?"
"I don't know," Renarin said with equal confidence.
Renarin sighed, shaking his head.
"It isn't that I don't trust your opinion, but I don't know, Renarin. Can you really do what you say? I mean, see the future?" "It's not like that," Renarin said. "It's like I can see the very edges of something massive, some enormous wealth of information. I dare not get too close. It's tremendous, and if I step inside, I fear what I might see. Yet standing on the edges, I get hints of things, possibilities. I see them in the way the numbers arrange, the way the permutations fall when random elements are incorporated. You have to trust me."
Merrin turned, eyeing Shinri, who stood nervously beside the Thalana oath gate. If soldiers returned, she would obviously have no qualms opening her own oath gate and leaving Merrin and Renarin behind. Merrin turned back to Renarin. Kholinar, with the safety of Lord Dalinar's wisdom, had seemed like such an obvious choice, but at the same time there was going to be grave disappointment within those wise eyes.
"My father won't be there anyway," Renarin said. "He's marched on crossguard already."
Renarin seemed so certain of himself now, so different from the quiet, unassuming boy of before.
"All right," Merrin said. "We'll go to Lochanran. I hope you're right about this."
Merrin turned back toward the oath gates, but Renarin caught his arm.
"There's something else," Renarin whispered. "We need to take her with us."
Merrin froze.
"What?"
he demanded quietly.
"Lady Shinri," Renarin said. "She must not go to Thalana. Even if we only consider political reasonings, we need to keep her with us. She has power over the oath gates, Merrin, and she's the wife of the man invading our homeland. We can't just let her slip away."
Merrin felt his stomach turn.
"You can't be suggesting what I think you are," he said through gritted teeth. "The woman just saved my life."
"And we should show our thanks by making certain she doesn't fall into enemy hands," Renarin said. "I'll take care of it. Just be ready to back me up."
Merrin closed his eyes. There wasn't time for arguing, however. The room would soon be flooded with Vaden soldiers, and Shardblade or no, Merrin couldn't fight an entire palace worth of soldiers.
"Lady Shinri," he said, "please open the gate to Lochanran." "Lochanran?" she asked with surprise. "What wind takes you that direction? Why not just go to Vaden City itself?" "Just do it, please," Merrin said.
She sighed, walking over to a rectangular gate constructed of a ruddy bronze metal, inset with smooth, bubble-like red gems. She reached out to the large opal at the side of the gate and lay her hand upon it. She made a sudden intake of breath visible only to Merrin and held it. Her eyes closed, and her face adopted a strangely excited look. "It's like Renarin said," Merrin realized. "She sees things within the opal, things like the wind or Renarin's numbers." Misty white smoke fell from the top of the gate, coating its center like an undulating sheet. The gate was active. Merrin took a breath and strode forward through the sheet and stepped into an empty dome-like room lit by several windows. Renarin approached the gate behind him. Merrin could see him through the patch of disturbed smoke, standing beside the still enraptured Shinri. Renarin met Merrin's eyes, then reached out and grabbed Shinri by the shoulder, pushing her through the oath gate before him. Shinri yelped in surprise, her eyes snapping open, and she stumbled and nearly fell through the smoke. Renarin came through afterward, still holding firmly to Shinri's arm. "What is this?" the girl screamed, struggling. "Let me go!" She twisted in Renarin's grip, turning to flail against him with a barrage of feminine punches. Renarin held her as best he could, but the woman was amazingly agile. She squirmed and writhed in his grip, trying to leap toward the still-open oath gate and escape. Merrin sighed. "Almighty forgive me," he thought, "because this certainly doesn't feel very noble." "Enough!" Merrin snapped, raising his shard blade point first toward Shinri. "Close the gate, Lady Shinri. We don't want the Vadens knowing which gate we chose." Shinri froze, eyes falling on the glimmering blade just a few inches from her chin. She looked up, enraged anger flaring in her eyes. "How dare you!" "Listen," Merrin said. "The soldiers are coming on the other side. You don't have time to escape through another oath gate anyway. Close the portal. Otherwise they'll pour through and take us captive. You think they'll let you have another chance to escape after this?" Slowly, something coalesced in Shinri's eyes, her rage cooling to an icy hatred, then dropping behind a veil of control. Her face grew flat, and she shook off Renarin's hands with a dignified motion. At that moment, Merrin noticed something odd. Her sleeve was turned inside out, and the inside lining of the cloth was unraveled in a twisted mess. "You're no better than him," Shinri said, laying her hand on the gate's control opal. This time she did not close her eyes. The smoke dissipated, and the oath gate fell still. Merrin breathed in relief. A moment later, the doors to the oath gate chamber burst open, and 2 10-set worried soldiers piled into the room. "Congratulations," Shinri said. "You've managed to lead us from one prison into another." Chapter 64. Yasna, 14. Taln's disappearance didn't stop the influx of soldiers and recruits. Apparently, the momentum of the herald rumors was too strong to be bothered by something so trivial as the actual herald's absence. The army was a frighteningly diverse group. Many of its members showed surprising, even alarming faith in Taln's ability to defeat their pursuers. If these believers had been in charge, the army would have turned to follow its god, not to help, but to watch in wonder as their herald destroyed the infidels. Yasna listened to such sentiments with stupefaction. Most of those who spoke hadn't even heard of the army a few weeks before, yet they were already fanatically devoted to their god. Granted, most of them were Ilinra believers, and while Orthodox Voranism had given up on the myth of the returns long ago, Ilinra still taught men to watch for signs of the coming heralds. Yet Yasna couldn't help thinking that if these people's faith was truly as powerful and as loyal as they claimed, they wouldn't be willing to transfer it to Taln so flippantly. They were exactly the sort of chaotic element that made her uncomfortable with religion. Others in the army were far more skeptical. The mercenaries formed the keenest edge of this sentiment, and Vinda, Kemnar's lanky second, had difficulty keeping the zealots from turning on their more secular comrades. Even with Vinda's policing force, formed from some of the army's more stable elements,
there were occasional brawls. Of course, some of that could be blamed on the overall tension in the army, for while there were a good number of both zealots and skeptics, the majority of the people were just frightened. This core group of people believed that Taln was a herald, while at the same time worrying that he wasn't. Jasnah could see their tension. Many had joined the army less from design and more by happenstance. They had come by curiosity, whim, or desperation. There was no way to keep news of the army's pursuit quiet, not with Nachin and his family in camp. Rumors of the Vaden 10 squad ran through the camp, bringing with it an anxiety that wasn't dulled even by the firm marching speed Meridas instituted. The rumors only grew worse when, several days out of Galavan, one of Meridas's young runners arrived at the camp with confirmation of the Vaden army's existence. According to the scout, the invaders had gained on Jasnah's group. He admitted that there was no sign of Taln or Kemnar. They had their first desertions that night. It was a poor precedent, even if their recruits still far outnumbered the disappearances. However, it reminded the men of what they really were. Not a cohesive army, trained by a formal nation and in its employ, but a random band of pseudo-refugees held together tenuously, if at all. There would be no hunts for deserters, no executions of those who fled. They had come on their own, they could leave the same way. Morale was not improved by the marching conditions or by the need for rationing. Before leaving Galavan, Meridas had surprised Jasnah by managing to arrange a nervous trading session with the city lords. His argument had been simple. He reminded them that every moment the city delayed them, even by trading, was a moment it could claim to have helped its Vaden conspirators. The strange reverse argument acquired the army much-needed supplies, though the session drained a good portion of their remaining chips. Even with the purchases, however, the food would not last long, and it was difficult to hide this fact from the men, since they were the ones carrying it. Jasnah knew that the camp must assume that she had far more currency than she did, otherwise the desertions would have been much greater. However, if the Vaden army did approach, she had little doubt that most of these people would abandon her. They had come to fight for a herald, for food, and for pay. Soon they would find themselves without any of the three.
"His name is Aniezer, and he calls himself the Lord of Rimac," Nachin explained. "Everyone in the area knows about him, and a good number of the cities pay him a protection tribute." "Protection from his own men, no doubt," Vinda spat.
The long-limbed man sat looking at Kemnar's map, Brother Lon and the escaped soldier standing with him. Jasnah sat apart a short distance, listening quietly.
"True, Lord Vinda," Nachin agreed. "Any city that refuses him is persuaded otherwise. However, Aniezer does make good on his contract. When raiders or bandits try to attack cities or caravans under his protection, he makes swift retribution. In a way, it's one of the safest areas in Rimac, or one of the most dangerous, since it's oppressed by the tyrant with the most men and the best equipment." "And he controls the holy city?" Vinda asked.
The lanky man was trying very hard to carry Kemnar's position the same way he carried the man's blade, but neither was an easy task. Jasnah had been forced to take upon herself some of the duties Kemnar had been doing, making certain food distribution happen in a timely manner, meting out minor disciplinary actions, and other basic tasks. The aggregate was simply too overwhelming for a man such as Vinda, who was an honest soldier and a well-trained duelist, but who had never commanded anything larger than a squad of 10 men. Nachin, however, had proven a surprising resource. He quickly proved his word on being one of the best fighters in the area, His knowledge of tactics was sound, and he was remarkably honorable. Of all the men in Galavan, only he had come to her with the truth behind the city's betrayal. While several other soldiers had drifted out of the city, deciding to throw their lot in with the herald, none had Natchin's skill or determination. He didn't look much like a soldier with his small, awkward build and twitching eyes, but he certainly acted like one.
"Will this Aniezer trade with us?"
Lon asked. The monk had, at Vinda's pleading, taken a more active hand in camp administration. Though he had little experience, Lon's position as a Vorin clergyman had gained him the respect and goodwill of the general soldiers. Vinda gained some measure of authority simply by being seen counseling with the monk.
Natchin shrugged. "Trade? No, I think Aniezer will be likely to consider us a threat. An armed force? Traveling through his territory? He'll think we've come to try and capture his Oathgate." Oathgate.
It was easy to forget about the Joravan Gate. It was used rarely, and then only by merchants willing to pay the exorbitant fees demanded by the despot who controlled the holy city. She supposed that was probably this Lord Aniezer.
"Oathgate!" Natchin exclaimed. "That's right. Maybe we can—" "Doesn't work that way," Vinda said with a shake of his head. "Both sides have to be open, and the one in Ral Aram is most certainly sealed. It's a hope, I suppose, but a flimsy one."
"Oh," Natchin said, let down. His eyes glanced toward Vinda's, Kemnor's, shardblade. To Natchin, born away from civilization in Remac's wilds, a shardblade was probably a legendary thing, perhaps even thought mythological.
"It just seems like a bad idea, Lord Vinda," Natchin said. "No Oathgate, no money to trade, and a city ruled by the most powerful despot in Remac. Why even go to Joravan? Why not head for Alethkar?"
"Talinel told us to meet him in the holy city," Yasna said, surprising the two with her entrance into the conversation. "That, then, is where we shall go."
Vinda blushed. "Yes, my lady," he said. "Of course. We didn't mean to—"
"I know you didn't," Yasna said, turning away. Unfortunately, Natchin was right. She had heard other army members speak of Aniezer. All agreed that he was a ruthless man, especially with those who posed him a threat. Even though Yasna's men were poorly equipped and barely trained, their numbers were quickly approaching 1,000. Theirs was not an incursion that could be ignored. Of course, without Taln, they might as well disband the army anyway. With the Vadens approaching, her men wouldn't last long beyond his failure to return. Failure to return. It had been 6 days. He would have met the Vadens 5 days before, around the same time as Meridas's scouts. Whatever plan Taln had intended, he had likely executed it by now. Natchin and Vinda trailed away, their conversation stilled by her comment. Brother Lon remained where he was. "It's probably too soon for him to be back," Lon said. "There is little sense in worrying about him, though I doubt you can help yourself." Yasna stifled a blush. "What makes you think I was—" Lon nodded to the south. "You've been staring in the direction he went for the last hour. You do that a lot these days." This time she did blush. She glanced away. "I'm just worried about the army," she said. "The rumors that he'll never return are growing stronger, and we had more desertions yesterday than we had new arrivals." "Well, that's certainly something worth worrying about. I'm afraid we're making something of a mess of your army." "You're doing fine, Brother Lon," she said. Lon raised an eyebrow. "I made only a passable monk, my lady. I'm not sure what possessed me to think I might make a good general. It's Vinda's fault. I told him that I would be of no help, but he wouldn't listen. You see, I've spent my entire life striving to be as useless as possible." "You say that as if you are proud of it," Yasna said with a frown. "You have to admit," Lon said, "it is something of an accomplishment. Few men can truthfully claim to be as vestigial as myself. The only problem with my success is somehow I've arrived in a position where there are tasks I actually wish to accomplish, and unfortunately I find myself woefully underqualified." He sat uncomfortably for a moment before speaking again. "It's breaking apart, my lady. Even I can tell that." "I know," Yasna said. "Taln was their heart, the reason they came." "It's more than that," Lon said. "Kemnar and Taln, they knew things, understood things. They could make certain all the jobs got done, and that everyone wanted to do them. Vinda tries. In fact, I worry that he tries too hard. But he's no substitute for Kemnar, and Meridas doesn't care to even try to be a replacement for Taln." "I shouldn't have sent Kemnar after him," Yasna thought, not for the first time. She hadn't realized how vital the man had become to the army's running. Regardless of whether Meridas or Taln were in charge, the people had come to Kemnar to settle their disputes. His efficiency had made certain everyone had enough to eat, everyone knew where to sleep, and that guards were always posted. Meridas knew how to organize an army, but he obviously expected these little details to be covered by others. Though Taln had carried the people's hopes, Kemnar had carried their day-to-day functional respect. And all this time, I was using him as my personal messenger. Kemnar's duties as her guard had been a little more important than that, of course, but she had always used his raw effectiveness for uninspired purposes. If his ability to organize this army was any indication, Kemnar could have become a senior general in the king's army, despite his low noble rank. She hadn't realized what she'd kept him from. He probably didn't either. Ambition seemed a foreign word to the man. And now they might both be dead. The thought made her stomach twist. She had come to rely on them both so much. Kemnar for what he did, Taln for something else. She told herself it was his ability to unite the army, that she wanted so desperately for him to return, only because she had based her play for troops upon his growing reputation. He was so frustrating. He rarely did what she told him, and despite his oath, he always found a way to wiggle out of her commands. Even worse, he was condescending. It wasn't intentional, of course, but it was there. Sometimes he acted as if she were simply a child, though he couldn't be more than 5 or 6 years her senior. More bothersome than his insubordination and his self-importance, however, was his determination to see the world he wanted to, rather than as it really was. She had always hated people who deluded themselves, whether they did so through religion or through unrealistic expectations. Taln, however, put such mild offenders to shame. Yasna nodded to herself. He was a madman. It was better that he be gone, thereby leaving the army to understand their true situation. The ones who stayed, once they realized that Taln wasn't going to return, would be the strong ones, the ones she wanted anyway. Yes, it was certainly better that he had left. Left her, alone. "Don't worry," Lon said. "He'll return." "Don't be a fool, Lon," Yasna snapped. "He went to die out there, to slow the Vadens down as much as possible and take as many of them with him as he could. He won't be returning. We both know that." "Actually," Lon corrected with a pleasant voice, "I don't know that. And unless you've been hiding a talent for numerology, I doubt that you know it either. I've seen him do some amazing things. Perhaps he will return." "Unlikely," Yasna said. Lon sat back with a thoughtful expression. You know, people say you're paranoid, he said. The citizens of Ral Aram talk about you a lot. The king's heretic, distrusting sister. The woman with a heart as chill as a Highland storm. Yasna adopted a cold expression, not dignifying the insult with a comment. Lon continued as if he hadn't noticed her icy glare. They're wrong about you. I know paranoia. Trust me, when such people come to the monastery, I'm the one who gets to take care of them. You, my lady, are not paranoid. I'm not, Yasna said flatly. No, Lon said. You're just a pessimist. Not the overt kind. The man who complains that his lot isn't as good as that of his neighbor, or who tells his friends their ideas are foolish. No, you're a true pessimist, a planning, thinking pessimist. You assume things will turn out for the worst, and so you prepare for them to do so. You distrust not because you logically determine that someone will betray you, but because you know that their betrayal is the worst possible outcome of the relationship. You find fault to prove to yourself that you are right. And, most importantly, you refuse to believe. For in belief, there is always the worry that you might be wrong. That's not a worry you can endure, for your mind is always nagging that if you might be wrong, you probably are. Yasna opened her mouth, then found herself shockingly unable to respond. Something about the monk's solemn, friendly gaze made her want to squirm uncomfortably. Was this the same insulting, mocking man that had traveled with them for so long? How had he suddenly learned to be so observant? I realize you don't believe in the Almighty, Yasna, Lon said. And to be honest, there are times when I don't know that I believe in him either, though those times usually come when I'm scrubbing yet another floor. The faith of religion is, perhaps, something that will never suit you. You could, however, try to believe in your friends. Friends? Ladies of the court didn't have friends. They had their allies, their enemies, and their husband. Yasna looked up, containing her introspection, and instead studying the smiling monk. Lon shrugged. Instead of analyzing your personality, I could just make fun of you for a while, if you think it would make you feel more comfortable. Yasna snorted. Go see if you can find a way to bother Meridas, she said, waving her hand. The winds know he could use a little humility. I shall do my best, Lon said valiantly, then wandered off in the direction of the rations cart. Yasna sighed, pulling her cloak close and looking again to the south. At the speeds Natchin had given for the enemy army, the invaders would catch Yasna's group in another day, 2 at the most. They would soon know whether or not Taln's delaying tactics had been effective.
Chapter 65. Jack, 11. Jack Sun Villano, truthless of Shinovar, pulled his cloak tight as he stood atop a stone hill, watching northward. The wind was indeed strong here in the lands of the east. He could feel it even when there was no high storm. In Shinovar, trees and brush blocked its wrath, but in Kanar, the only foliage grew low to the ground, quelled by the wind's domineering will. Almost he could believe the wind to be a god, as the Easterners believed. It certainly did seem almighty at times. To the north, men were dying. Ovin's army was still a day's march from Crossguard, sequestered in a large rift in the ground, remarkably undiscovered. The Vaden Point men had done their work well. Elhokar and Dalinar would be fools if they didn't suspect something, but Ovin hoped they blamed each other for their missing scouts and dead messengers. Jack thought he could see the battlefield. It was a clear, bright day, despite the wind. There was a dark blot on the horizon. Armies? Perhaps, but it was equally likely that Jack's eyes were simply seeing what his mind thought that they should. The messenger came on time, his red and white pass flag flapping very prominently from the saddle. His news would be several hours old now. He had probably left Crossguard the moment the fight between Elhokar and Dalinar had begun. Jack tracked the man's horse, then turned and walked back toward the camp. He reached Avon's pavilion before the messenger and waited quietly for the horseman to approach. Avon stood at a map table that had been erected in the open air before the pavilion. Several of Ilhadal's generals stood nearby, chatting quietly with their king. Avon was friendly but reserved, dignified without seeming removed. He was exactly the type of leader the Vaden people liked. Young, handsome, straight-backed, and disciplined. Whoever had trained Avon to act this part had done a good job. The generals treated Avon with respect, and he in turn listened carefully to their suggestions. His willingness to listen made him seem wise, yet the way he spoke when he made the final decisions left no question as to who was in charge. And Vadens always felt more comfortable when they knew exactly who was in charge. I wonder if Ilhadal realizes how thoroughly his army has been stolen from him, Jack thought. The Devar First Prince probably thought himself still in control. However, he would never be a force in Kanaran politics again. The generals quieted as one of them noticed the approaching messenger. To the side, Jack noticed Balanmar, the aged Aleth counselor, step from his tent and wander toward the table. The elderly man's eyes were curious. The messenger dismounted, then rushed forward with the bearing of one who had important information. He stopped before Avon's table, dropping to one knee. "The battle has begun, my lord," the man informed. "It began soon after dawn, both armies engaging at once. The final counts put Dalinar Kholin with near 21,000 troops, and King Elhokar with 26. Elhokar has 35 shard-bearers, but Dalinar only 26. The generals nodded at the information.
"The king has the advantage, then,"
one of them declared to general assent. Both armies were well rested, and previous counts had placed Elhokar with more archers and better equipment than Dalinar. They also had the advantage of several towers captured from Crossguard, as well as the city walls to use as archer stations. Elhokar's force trumped that of Dalinar in every area.
"The Tyrant Bane will win the day,"
Avon said. The talk grew quiet.
"Why do you say that, Your Majesty?"
one of the generals finally ventured.
"Because he is Dalinar Kholin,"
Avon said simply, as if his reasoning were obvious.
"Elhokar has the edge in men and equipment, but that edge is slight. Dalinar's men will fight harder, for they best believe in the nobility of their lord. On the morrow when our own forces attack, we will face Dalinar Kholin, and not his foolish nephew."
The generals glanced at each other, but they obviously had too much respect to contradict their liege.
"Either way," one offered, "it will be a broken army we face. Dalinar's arrival was certainly fortunate. Once the Aleth destroy one another, there won't be any left to resist us."
This restored the mood, and the generals turned to interrogating the messenger for specific troop placements so that they could theorize how the battle would proceed. Avon dismissed himself from their group with an acknowledging nod, then strolled over to stand beside Jack. He didn't speak for a moment, instead watching the generals deliberate. The man was different when he was in public. He had a charismatic, aristocratic air about him. Regal, even. Jack could almost believe him to be an honorable man.
"You were surprised at my words,"
Avon finally said, turning to look at Jack.
"Yes," Jack admitted.
"You disagree?"
"No, actually," Jack said. "But I did not expect to hear you speak of nobility and honor. I would have thought that you would view Dalinar Kholin as a fool and a traditionalist."
Avon smiled to himself. He glanced back at the generals and their aides for a few more moments before returning to the conversation with Jack.
What do men want in a leader, assassin? He asked.
Jack frowned. Eastern men or Shin men?
They are the same, Oven said.
Hardly. Jack did not wish to argue the point, however. Men look for strength. They want a leader who makes wise decisions, and moral men seek a leader who will act with honor.
Close, Oven said. They do look for honor, but it is not morality that spurs them to do so. It is guilt.
Oven turned away from Jack, looking over his army.
Man's greatest desire is to delude himself, assassin. He seeks every opportunity to do so, in love, in faith, and especially in war. It is vital that soldiers be able to convince themselves that their leader is honorable, for only then can they place their sins upon him. They can pretend not to think. They can simply do as they are told. This is why men gravitate toward leaders with grand reputations for honor. Deep inside, however, we all know the truth. The leader's duty is to accept the guilt of his followers, to give them reasons to kill, to lie about his nobility, so they can cling to their fabricated beliefs.
Generals deliberated and soldiers chatted, but Jack only heard the wind above. The leader's duty is to accept the guilt of his followers. Suddenly a number of things made sense.
"That's why you do it," Jack whispered. "The random killings. You're trying to force yourself to be heartless."
"A leader cannot afford a conscience, assassin," Oven said quietly. "He must be strong where his people are weak. When the difficult decisions arrive, he will have to make them. Everyone will expect him to make them. Invading another kingdom, causing the deaths of thousands, no regular man could be expected to bear the guilt of such a decision. But a leader, a king, this is what they ask of him."
Jack suppressed a shiver. There was a twisted nobility to the concept, and it unnerved him. Bajorden thought differently.
"Bajorden the Wise?" Oven asked with amusement. "Author of The Way of Kings? Assassin, I learned these things from him."
Jack snorted. "Then you weren't listening very carefully. Bajorden, Vandalarana in our tongue, is the only Kanaran man to ever be granted a truth name by the Shin."
"And your people were wise to do so," Oven said, "for Bajorden truly understood the ways of men. What is the Way of Kings? A book that describes the ideal leader, a nobleman who sacrifices his will for the good of his people. Bajorden's sovereign is a perfect man, a man of nobility, of mercy, and of virtue. An impossibility. Bajorden set up an ideal that cannot be reached, and he did it intentionally, as an object lesson. He wanted to prove that no man could be what his people desired. Yet at the same time, Bajorden showed that this ideal man is what the leader must appear to be. The more perfectly a leader maintains the appearance that he is infallible, the more his soldiers will be able to ignore their own guilt, and the better they will fight. But if he falls—"
Jack shook his head. Disgust welled within him.
"You are a broken embarrassment of a king, Oven Vedanel," he said quietly.
"Oh?" Oven asked. "And what of you? What of the murders you have committed, the helpless and the young? What of their slaughters?"
"Those were your—"
Jack broke off.
"My fault," Oven said, smiling slightly. "My guilt, not yours. You are a tool."
"Your earlier logic does not hold," Jack said angrily. "I don't look to you for honor."
That is because for you the illusion is broken, Avin said, and for that you hate me. If, however, I were someone you wanted to trust, say, one of your Shin holy men, things would be different. What if one of your stone shamans ordered you to kill a child? What if he convinced you that that child's death would protect the greater good? Your shamans are the only ones who can order a violation of your all-powerful truth, are they not?
They would never do such a thing, Jack said. You think you understand our ways, but you know nothing. The Hola Tental would not command the death of an innocent as you have.
Oh? Avin asked. And what of the invasion nearly 20 years ago?
Jack paused. That was different.
Was it? Avin prompted. You sided with Jarna, the Conqueror. You invaded the Kanaran Peninsulas, slaying thousands, capturing Thalanar, Vedanar, and Prala. And you did it all upon the word of your shamans, who claimed the return had come again, that the storm shades had returned to Roshar.
Jack held his gaze firm, but he felt like looking away in shame. The Jarna invasion was something few Shin wished to discuss.
What happened at the end, assassin? Avin asked. Did you find any demons to slay? Or did you just find innocent soldiers? What of the claimed return? 17 years have passed without sign of any monsters come to destroy humankind. Your shamans were wrong, but you listened to them anyway. You killed upon their word, conquered just as I do. What did your shamans see? Were their visions wrong? Or perhaps did they have a simpler motive? A desire to capture the lands to the east? An excuse?
Enough, Jack snapped.
Avin nodded with sagacious understanding.
You understand nothing, idiot king, Jack thought furiously. You twist and pervert.
The self-convincing, however, wasn't strong enough to dispel the questions Avin had raised. Jack stood for a few uncomfortable minutes wrestling with what the idiot king had said, until an annoyed Ilhadal appeared on the scene.
"Why was I not informed of the messenger's arrival?" the hefty man demanded.
"Obviously you were, Lord Devar," Avin said smoothly. "Otherwise you wouldn't be here."
"Only because I left one of my men here to watch in case news arrived," Ilhadal said. "I'm leader of House Devar. I should be sent for before an important messenger gives his report."
One of the generals mumbled something to his companions, who smiled in agreement. There was a general opinion that Ilhadal shouldn't leave aides to listen to the battle plans, but attend the meetings himself. However, Ilhadal hadn't returned to the battle meetings ever since embarrassing himself on the first day, when he had displayed a noted lack of tactical understanding. "An oversight," Avin promised. "No offense was intended, Lord Devar. Besides, this wasn't really an important messenger. He simply told us that the battle had begun. But we knew that it would anyway." Ilhadal looked partially soothed by the words. "The two Aleth forces have met, then? When do we march?" "Soon," Avin promised. "Tomorrow morning, likely. We will arrive that evening, then attack the following morning. Whatever forces are left will give us little trouble. Though if you wish, you may join with our generals as they plan our attack."
Ilhadal paled just slightly.
"I have no time," he said. "I must prepare my men to march. Good day, Avin."
The king smiled as Ilhadal scrambled away, a host of attendants and aides trailing behind him.
"That man will have to be dealt with eventually," Avin said quietly so only Jack could hear. "I cannot have a man beneath me, even a house leader who shows such disrespect. It weakens the soldiers' confidence in me."
Jack found himself nodding, then paused. He would never be able to take one of Oven's comments about leadership the same way again.
"He needn't be killed," Jack said quietly. "You could always just embarrass him. That seems to work well with—"
He trailed off as he realized Oven wasn't watching his lips. The king's eyes were instead focused on something in the distance. Jack turned, squinting against the late morning light, and made out another rider approaching, pass flag flapping in the wind. Like the previous messenger, the man approached Oven's pavilion directly. When he dismounted, it was obvious from his expression that he bore urgent and probably unpleasant news. Jack frowned. He didn't recognize the messenger, a youthful, thin man, short enough that he could have been mistaken for a child. A long-distance messenger, chosen for his post because of his light body. "You aren't from the battlefield," Oven said with surprise, just as Jack realized the same thing. "You came from Ral Aram."
"Yes, my majesty. I bring important news."
Oven frowned, glancing at the generals. He obviously wasn't pleased that the messenger had sought him out in public.
"Does this relate to the war against Alethkar?"
Oven asked carefully.
"Not directly, my lord,"
the wiry messenger said. Relief flashed briefly in Oven's eyes.
"Then we will speak in private," he said,
gesturing toward the pavilion. The messenger nodded.
"Yes, your majesty."
Jack trailed behind the two and was not forbidden, though Oven did glance at him.
"He probably expects to have to send me to kill someone,"
Jack realized as he pulled the tent flap closed.
"Speak quietly," Oven said to the messenger, "and do not repeat your message to anyone else. If you have bad news, I will need to control it for the good of the army. We go to war on the morrow."
"I understand, my lord," the messenger said.
"Good.
What is your news?"
"It's about your wife, my lord," the man said uncomfortably. "She appears to be in league with the Aleths."
Oven actually paled.
"What happened?"
"She fled the city, my lord," the messenger said. "She helped Lord Dalinar's son and the other Aleth noblemen escape, then fled with them through the Oath Gates."
Oven reached out as if looking for something to steady himself. His eyes flashed shock, then uncertainty, then finally rage, a deep, wild rage, so passionate that it made him tremble. Jack watched with interest, and the messenger took a step back in surprise. Oven gritted his teeth, eyes wide, breathing deep as a buried instability manifested. Jack had always wondered if it were there. A man such as Oven could not be completely sane.
"Where did she go?"
Oven finally forced out between hissing breaths.
We don't know, my lord. The Oath Gates have stopped working."
"All of them?"
"Yes, my lord,"
the messenger said. Oven's struggle to regain control of himself was manifest in his twisting expressions. Eventually he pointed toward another room of the pavilion.
"Go there,"
he told the messenger,
"and stay. Speak to no one."
Even as the messenger was bowing his response, Oven stalked from the room with a hurried gait. Jack trailed behind, walking from the tent and passing the curious generals. Oven walked only a short distance toward a dark brown tent that Jack had never seen him enter. Jack frowned as they approached, realizing he didn't even know the tent's purpose. It was in the Lord's section of the camp, but it flew no glyphs or other identification. It was tucked out of the way, off the main pathways, though it did bear a couple of soldiers as guards. The men bowed as Oven approached, but the king didn't acknowledge them. He threw back the entrance flaps with an impatient gesture, then stalked into the room beyond. Jack slipped in behind and was met by a familiar sight. It must have been difficult to transport the large onyx block so far, but apparently Oven thought the gain worth the effort. The three youthful seers sat atop the black stone as they had in the temple back in Vaden City. Except this time, one of them, the youngest boy, lay on his back instead of sitting. The boy was not moving. The other two sat, staring at their trickling sands and the patterns they made on the floor.
"What is happening?"
Oven demanded without preface.
The girl is lost to me, and the oath gates have collapsed."
I don't know," said the oldest of the three seers, a girl of perhaps 16 years. There was a powerful weariness to her voice, and more than a bit of frustration.
"You don't know?" Avon Obit screamed. "Tell me what you see."
"You're pushing them too hard, my lord," said a robed figure at the side. "They don't have the—" Avon held up a stiff hand, cutting the man off.
"Speak,"
he commanded the female seer.
"It's muddy," she complained. "Someone is changing things."
"Someone?" Avon asked. "This windrunner you warned me about?"
"No,"
the girl said. Jack stepped closer, trying to get a better look at the youths in the dark light. The air was musty with incense, light provided only by a dim brazier.
"It's not him," the girl continued. "It must be a seer. One of us. Another one somewhere." "So powerful," said the seer beside her, the boy who was sitting up. "He's so powerful."
"He? Who is he?"
Avon prodded. The girl shook her head.
"Everything used to be clear, but now it's as if someone has reached out and scattered my sand."
"He's interfering intentionally?"
Avon asked.
"No,"
the girl said.
"He's just so powerful that he makes it difficult for the rest of us. His light is bright enough to make the shadows of what we might have seen disappear. He helped take the Else collar," the boy whispered, "and she is linked to everything. We told you to take her and to hold her, but you let her go. She is the key. He who controls her controls the world."
Avon gritted his teeth, but most of his rage appeared to have dissipated. He was in control again, though he was still obviously frustrated. He glanced at the third child, the one who was lying on his back. Jack edged a little closer and saw to his horror that the child wasn't just resting. The young boy was staring sightlessly into the air, his eyes blank. His body was rigid and motionless, a bit of spittle dribbling slowly down his cheek. Somehow Jack knew this was no trance or passing fit. Something had happened, something that had taken the child's mind.
"When did he go?"
Avon asked, nodding toward the boy.
"A short time ago, my lord," the cloaked figure said. "We were going to tell you tonight." "The void took him," the female seer whispered. "He saw something in the sands that frightened him."
"What?"
Avon demanded. The girl shook her head.
"He wouldn't tell us, but it scared him, terrified him. The muddled sands wouldn't tell him any more about it, and he grew frustrated. He looked where men should not, though we told him not to. He had to know," the non-comatose boy said. "It calls to us, you know, the knowledge."
Jack shivered, backing away from the pedestal and its youthful seers. Avon, however, looked more annoyed than he did frightened.
"Only 2 left, and they are of no use," the king said. "Keep looking. Do not rest until you discover where that girl has gone."
The female seer nodded, though from the look of her tired face, Jack doubted she would be able to remain awake much longer. Avon stared at the seers for a moment longer, then turned and threw the tent flaps out of his way and stalked outside. He pointed at the first guard he saw.
"You!"
he commanded.
"Yes, my lord,"
the man said.
"Go to the generals by my pavilion," he told the messenger. "Give them an order on my behalf."
"What order, my lord?"
the soldier asked.
"Tell them to prepare their men to march," Avon said. "We leave for Crossguard within the hour."
"Yes, my lord,"
the guard said, then bowed and backed away.
"Crossguard?"
Jack asked with surprise.
"There has been enough waiting already," Avon said. "I will sit no longer. It is time to attack."
"The generals won't like moving this quickly," Jack noted carefully.
Alvin's temper was probably still lurking beneath the newly restored calm face.
"Their preference is immaterial," Alvin said. "By the time we arrive, Elhokar and Dalinar will likely have finished killing one another. Even if they haven't, their separate forces will be weakened irreparably. I will not wait 3 more days to claim Alethkar. We march tonight."
Jack nodded, more because he saw the inevitability of the march than because he agreed with it. Besides, there was another topic he was curious about. "What happened to that boy?" he asked, glancing back toward the brown tent.
"It takes them all eventually," Alvin said with a dismissive gesture. "The temptation to look is too great."
"To look at what?" Jack asked. Alvin glanced at him, annoyance glaring in his eyes. Jack bowed his head, a signal that he was done asking questions.
"I'm trying to decide whether to send you after her or not," Alvin finally said.
"Who?" Jack asked. "Your wife?"
"She should not have run," Alvin said. "I warned her what would happen if she disobeyed me."
"Why send me after her?" Jack protested. "We don't even know where she went. Are you certain you want to waste me on another frivolous chase?" Alvin didn't answer. He turned and stared toward the army. Men were already starting to bustle about. The messenger had obviously spread his news. The generals would soon come looking for Alvin, demanding an explanation.
"You will hunt her eventually," Alvin decided. "But not today. Come. We have preparations to make."
Chapter 66. Shinri, 12. Shinri sat quietly on her stone bench, knees pulled up against her chest in a very unladylike position, watching as the shard-bearer Merrin repeatedly summoned and dismissed his blade. He appeared fascinated by the process. Merrin held out his hand. The milky smoke gathered in his palm, then it lengthened, vaguely outlining the shape of his shard blade. The smoke then coalesced, transforming into the silvery shard blade. Merrin stared at it with a thoughtful expression, then dismissed it, his eyes trailing the smoke as it rose toward the sky. It happened the exact same way it had the last 10 set times, yet he regarded it with wonder. He was still just a boy, despite his manly girth. Yet he was a boy who had slain 3 shard-bearers in a period of just a few months. 2 of those times he hadn't even owned a blade himself. In fact, he had defeated the final one with his hands manacled together and his body weakened from extended captivity. He was also a boy who had been brave enough to fight for his freedom, but heartless enough to kidnap the very woman who had helped him escape. He was a boy who had accidentally killed the man Shinri was to have married, a boy who had saved King Elhokar's life on 2 separate occasions. He was both a fool and a hero. Merrin summoned and dismissed his blade again, ignorant of Shinri's judgments. Renarin's bench sat up against the southern wall, to Shinri's right. Like Merrin and Shinri, he had been allowed to retain his possessions, and he held his onyx chip between 2 fingers, caressing it with an almost motherly touch. There was a strangely patient air about him. In Shinri's opinion, he was far too unconcerned about their captivity. So far, he hadn't begun any more of his strange number patterns, but he kept glancing at the wall longingly. If he remained a captive much longer, Shinri didn't doubt that he would begin scratching at the wall like he had in the other cell. Shinri wasn't certain what to make of their current accommodations. They sat in the same 3-room chamber that the guards had ushered them into several days before, just after their escape from Ral Aram. They had not been treated poorly, yet neither had they been given permission to leave their rooms. Nana, the capital of Lachenran, sat against a series of seaside cliffs, and Shinri's prison had been built near the top of one of the inclines. The main room bore a large window on one side, granting a view of the city and its harbors, with the ocean spreading out beyond. Na was a city of domes and spires. The Lachenran had always been an artistically inclined people. The rooms were sparsely furnished, but Shinri and the others had been given every requested amenity. Merrin's blade had not been removed from him, and while their captors had given them nothing in the way of audiences or information, they had been treated with respect. Despite Shinri's fears, no Vaden soldiers had come for them. The guards at their chamber doors wore Lachenran light blue, though the white Vaden crests that marked their shoulders bespoke the true rulers of this nation. What did it mean? Surely the Vaden soldiers had come through the Lachenran oath gate looking for Shinri and the others. While the Vadens probably assumed that their captives had escaped to Kholinar, they would have been fools not to check through friendly oath gates just to be certain. Shinri shook her head. She wasn't certain why they hadn't been taken back to Vaden City yet, but Merrin and Renarin's choice to travel to Lachenran was pure insanity, and bringing Shinri through against her will. Merrin summoned and dismissed the blade. Shinri kept her anger contained, contenting herself by giving the boy an icy glare that he could not see. Renarin had been the one to pull her through, but Merrin had drawn his blade against her. Though they were both at fault, it was difficult to maintain any measure of proper anger with Renarin. He was just too unassuming to be provoking. Merrin, however, everything about him was infuriating. It wasn't just his common blood, either. Shinri half wished she were petty enough to let that provide her a reason for disliking him. No, she knew her emotions came from something deeper, and something a bit more shameful. She was jealous. Merrin had only been a lord for 3 months, yet he already seemed more comfortable in his place than Shinri did. He spoke to Renarin as an equal, even as a superior. Back in Alethkar, on the few times she had interacted with Merrin, he had seemed uncannily comfortable with Arador and the others. Merrin didn't seem to have the same worries and concerns that she did. He didn't seem to feel the same sense of internal falseness, the same conflict between loathing the nobility and wishing to emulate them. Who was he to slay shard-bearers and so easily take his place among kings? Who was he to be so comfortable when Shinri felt anxious? The injustice of it all was frustrating. Merrin summoned and dismissed his blade again, and Shinri couldn't hold her tongue. "Is that really necessary?" Shinri snapped. "I believe you've quite firmly established that if you call, the blade will come." Merrin looked up with surprise, then flushed. "I'm sorry," he said. "It just seems to help me think." He seemed so harmless. Shinri read him, gauging his personality, trying to look past her biases. He was an earnest man. It was easy to tell from his treatment of others that he cared what they thought of him, and considered their evaluations to be more truthful than his own. He wanted to be trusted, and he wanted to do what was right, or at least what others told him was right. He didn't like small spaces. He constantly paced and insisted that the window remain open at all times, except during high storms. He didn't know how to talk to women. Shinri's study of him obviously made him nervous. Harmless indeed. But what was it Renarin said about him? A windrunner? That was, of course, ridiculous. Windrunners were things of legend. They were one of the 10 Epelian knighthoods, sects of mystical epic warriors who had supposedly been founded to keep peace in Roshar and fight the storm shades. Merrin was a fine duelist, especially considering his limited training, but he was hardly legendary. And yet, there was something to Renarin's words, something that made them difficult to dismiss idly. Perhaps it had been that odd look in his eyes, one that had been strange even for Renarin. Or perhaps it had been the combined effect of his eerie, maddened scribblings and his foreboding words. And then there was her own memory, her longings. She had felt something when she'd touched the Oathgate opals. She had difficulty remembering specifics, but there had been something there, something marvelous, and something she had an amorphous longing to feel again, even if she couldn't quite recall the experience. She did have power over the gates. That much could not be disputed. What happened 17 years ago? Renarin's whispered words returned to her. She tried to dismiss them as the ramblings of a strange mind, but she couldn't. Not quite. And that frustrated her even more.
There was something very odd about the sensation of summoning and dismissing a shard blade. Man couldn't quite define it even after 10 sets of repetitions. When he called the blade, there was an anticipation within, like a held breath. His heartbeats seemed to thump more loudly as the summoning progressed. And then the blade formed, falling into his waiting grip, never taking him by surprise or catching him off balance. The dismissal was like a puffed breath. There was no anticipation, no waiting for heartbeats, it simply happened. Yet in that brief moment when the blade vanished, Merrin felt a sharp sense of familiarity. That fraction of a heartbeat, gone before he could do more than acknowledge it, gave him pause, causing him to summon and dismiss the blade repeatedly. He felt like he had dismissed a blade some time before, though that was impossible. He hadn't bonded his blade until earlier that very morning, his 100 days, extended slightly by time spent separated from the blade, finally up. That sensation, it was so familiar. He almost reached out his hand to summon the blade again. He felt that if he could try just a few more times, he would be able to pinpoint where he had felt that dismissing sensation before. He caught himself, however, lowering his hand. He didn't look at Lady Shinri, but he didn't have to look to know that her eyes were on him, studying him, understanding him. He didn't want to meet those eyes, for he knew his own guilt would show. Why had he let Renarin persuade him to bring the girl? If they hadn't kidnapped her, she would be safe. There was no reason for her to be with them, held in yet another cell, which was exactly what it was, despite their guards' assurances that they were only being detained for their own protection. At least Merrin had his jade. He looked down at the bracelet around his wrist. He had managed to pry the thin metal backing off of the bracelet, and then pushed down the stones so that they touched his skin when he put on the piece of jewelry. He wore it always, despite its feminine designs, and the world around him wiggled with motion invisible to everyone else. He also had his blade. Ironically, his possession of the weapon was what kept him from trying to break free from the captivity. Leaving a shard-bearer with his blade was a very dangerous move, one that indicated a hesitance. Perhaps their captors weren't sure what to do with Merrin and the others. Perhaps there was still a chance that he would be set free. That would be for the best. Merrin didn't want to try and fight his way to freedom. He bore these people no anger. From what he understood, they were a conquered people themselves. Unfortunately, if they held him much longer, he would have little choice. He had to get back to Alethkar so he could help Lord Dalinar. The room's guards obviously understood the precarious nature of the captivity. If Merrin did decide to try and escape, he could slaughter 10 sets of men before he was subdued and his blade taken, if indeed he was subdued. The soldiers acted with respect and not a little nervousness. None of them wanted to be the man who sparked a conflict. They pretended that the delay wasn't really incarceration, and for the moment, Merrin pretended the same. But for how much longer? So far, Renarin seemed contented to wait, so Merrin did likewise. Yet how long could they waste? Alethkar was under attack, and Lord Dalinar had undoubtedly gone to war. Merrin's place was at his lord's side. and yet he had allowed Renarin to persuade him to come to Lochenran, a path that took him away from his lord. Had it been cowardice that had driven Meryn to accept Renarin's suggestion? Did he fear facing Dalinar and receiving punishment for riding to Crossguard? The internal accusations were difficult to ignore, and the guilt only made him more fidgety. "When will we go?" Meryn thought with increasing frustration, shooting a glance at Renarin. Renarin sat with complete disconcern. Meryn had to assume that his friend knew something or had guessed something about their predicament. Renarin would know best. He had far more experience with political matters than Meryn. Meryn sighed, standing and walking over to the window. The ocean below held 10 sets of ships, even more than the day before. Several more vessels were visible in the distance, slowly approaching the city. The docks were infested with scrambling workers. "What are they all doing here?" Meryn wondered. "The ships?" Renarin asked from his bench beside the window. "That's the Lochenran fleet. It's obviously gathering at King Ovin's command." "Now?" Meryn asked. "Isn't it too late? Ovin has already attacked Alethkar." "It does seem a bit tardy," Renarin agreed. "I don't know why they haven't left already." "He didn't expect to leave Ral Aram so early," Shinri mumbled from the other side of the room. "He planned to stay a few more weeks until the naval forces were in place." "Why?" Renarin asked curiously. "What made him leave early?" "Lady Yasna," Shinri said. "She and some others escaped the city, and Oven feared that she might expose him. So he left early, hoping to attack King Elhokar's forces before they were warned of the danger." Meryn frowned, scanning the collected fleet. He knew little about navies. The first time he had seen the ocean had been when the Aleth armies marched past the point of the Sea of Chomar on their way to Prala. "What good will a navy do?" he asked. "I mean, the fighting will take place inland, won't it?" "Yes," Renarin said, standing and leaning against the windowsill beside him. "However, the Lochenran troops their ships hold are equally as important as the vessels themselves. There are at least 4 10-set transports out there. They could land an army large enough to provide serious flanking danger. Then, once the troops are offloaded, the ships themselves can sail the coast and make certain Alethkar doesn't receive any support from Aleth Pralir or Thalanah. Help will have to land on the other side of the Sea of Chomar, which will create a delay of at least 2 months. Meryn's frown deepened. He glanced at Renarin, speaking in a lower voice. "Renarin, we can't delay any longer. We have to get this information to Lord Dalinar." "I agree," Renarin said cheerily. "Have you decided to try and escape, then?" "What do you think?" Renarin shrugged. "It's up to you. You're the ranking nobleman. That means you're in charge." Meryn froze. "What?" he hissed, shooting a glance back at Shinri. He kept his voice low so she couldn't listen in with her judgmental ears. "Renarin, I'm not in charge. You are." "I'm not a shard-bearer," he said. "You outrank me." "So?" "So people won't listen to me," Renarin said. "I have a reputation even this far south. Everyone knows my father, and they know me by association. I'm no leader of men. I don't pay enough attention to them, and I can't speak in the ways that inspire loyalty. I'm no warrior, Meryn. No, you're in charge. When you decide to leave this cell, we will go." Meryn shook his head. "Renarin, I can't. He trailed off, trying to gauge his own emotions. How could he explain the guilt he had felt while imprisoned in Ral Aram? The guilt he still felt. "I don't want to decide," Meryn finally said. "I don't know what I'm doing, Renarin. I thought I did. I thought I was living in a story, that I was some kind of hero, like in the ballads. But heroes don't betray their lords and don't let their friends ride to battle alone. Don't let them die alone." "Leadership isn't about choosing right all the time, Meryn," Renarin replied quietly. "It's about accepting consequences. Surely Bajordan's words taught you that much. How many recitations of the Way of Kings did you listen to?" "A lot," Meryn said. "But I found the book kind of boring." Renarin smiled. "It is. But it's true anyway." Meryn sighed, Then he glanced at Renarin. "Who are you to tell me about responsibility? You're trying to avoid making decisions, too." "I'm not a shard-bearer," Renarin said, "nor am I a windrunner." Merrin paused. Windrunner. He wasn't certain how to handle that comment. The story spoke of windrunners and the other Apellian, stone wards, dustbringers, and the others, with a tone reserved for the greatest of heroes. Merrin didn't belong in their midst, especially after what he had let happen to Arador. "I don't know, Renarin," he said sickly. "It's more than just making bad decisions. I still don't know what is right. Should I have gone with Arador at first? Maybe he would still be alive. Should I have remained firm and stayed behind? If I had, then I would be at Lord Dalinar's side defending Alethkar instead of sitting in a cell far to the south. I wavered in between, and I still don't know which decision would have been right." "There was a third decision," Renarin said. "The one you did make, leaving afterward, trying to find a way to bring Arador back with you. If you hadn't made that decision, then we wouldn't have been able to help Lady Shinri." "Help her?" Merrin asked. "Renarin, we kidnapped her." Renarin shrugged. "This was the right place to come, Merrin. Lochenran was the best choice of many." "But why?" Renarin shrugged. "The Almighty curse me if I know." Merrin closed his eyes, leaning against the windowsill and feeling the breeze from without. It was colder here in the south, but pleasantly so. "Merrin," Renarin said encouragingly, "you're doing fine. It's natural to think of past decisions. That will help you understand how to choose better in the future. However, don't let your worries make you useless in the present, especially if there are current decisions you need to be making." "Like what?" Merrin asked. "Like whether or not I should take my blade and cut down those poor men who have been assigned to guard us?" "That's one decision you could make," Renarin said. "However, I think there's something more important you need to consider. I think perhaps it's time to ask yourself if you really want to be a nobleman. Do you?" Merrin stood quietly for a moment. "I don't know," he said. "It seems like a ridiculous question, doesn't it? Who wouldn't want to be a shard-bearer? But being a lord isn't about carrying a blade," Renarin said, "though I don't think I understood that until I lost my own. It can't just be about the sword, Merrin. Otherwise any fool who managed to get a blade would automatically become a good leader. No, there has to be more. In the end, I think it's all about decisions. A spearman doesn't have to make them. He can wait until he's told what to do. A lord has to be willing to decide, and not just for himself, but for others as well." Merrin nodded quietly. "You were given a blade," Renarin said, "but I don't think you ever really decided to be a shard-bearer. It's more than loyalty. It's more than doing what Lord Dalinar tells you. It's about doing what you think is best, even if there isn't anyone else there to give commands." There was an unspoken suggestion in those words. Decide now, what will it be, lord or citizen? Ever since that first day on the battlefield, Merrin had been trying to figure out what his place was. No one seemed to be able to tell him exactly what he should be doing, and it didn't appear that anyone was going to. "Renarin," he said slowly, still leaning on the sill and looking out the window, "do you think the reason we came here might have something to do with those ships?" Renarin turned speculatively. "I wondered that myself," he said. "Perhaps. Knowledge of the fleet's numbers and position would certainly be valuable information for the Aleth forces to receive." "And if the ships never left at all?" Merrin asked. Renarin paused for a second, then he shrugged. "That would be even better, obviously." Merrin nodded, standing. "All right then, let's go." The smoke appeared in his hand almost without conscious summoning. 10 heartbeats, the blade fell into his fingers as he crossed the room toward the door. Lady Shinri stood. "What are you doing?" she demanded. Merrin ignored her. "Who rules Lochenran on King Ovin's behalf?" he asked Renarin, pausing before the door to their rooms. "A council of regents," Renarin said. 3 men. each one representing one of the Lachenron houses who allied with Vedenar during the invasion. Traitors, then, Merrin surmised. Renarin nodded. They are not well loved by the Lachenron people. Merrin nodded. Merrin? What are you planning? Shinri asked again, her voice apprehensive. Their door was locked, of course. Merrin raised his blade, then with 3 strikes cut it off its hinges and bolt. He kicked it, and the oaken portal fell outward, crashing to the stones outside with a single vibrant crack. A guard stood on either side of the doorway, their terrified yet unsurprised expressions proving that they had expected Merrin's attack to come eventually. They drew their weapons with nervous hands, and Merrin could see a third man dashing down the hillside toward the center of town. One of the soldiers raised his sword threateningly. Merrin sheared it in half. "Take me to the Council of Regents," Merrin said. "I need to speak with them." The soldier stared back with a mixture of defiance and worry, catching Merrin's eyes. The move was obvious enough that Merrin wasn't surprised when the second man tried to attack him from the side. A swipe of the shard blade divided that man's blade from its hilt as well. Merrin raised his blade toward the first man's chest. He was an older soldier, graying, probably chosen for guard duty because of his age.
"I won't take you,"
the man said in thickly accented Aleth. Merrin paused. Maybe the man's age wasn't the only reason he had been given the duty. Merrin eyed the second man, who looked equally resolute. They've had plenty of time to consider this moment. These men have been ready to die for 3 days. "Oh, this is foolishness," Lady Shinri snapped from behind. "I know the way. Stop terrorizing Kald and Enchanmed." Merrin paused, lowering his blade as Shinri pushed past him. "How do you know their names?" She gave him a flat look, weakening his newfound resolve. "They have been bringing our meals for the last 3 days, Merrin. One doesn't have to be all that observant to listen when men speak to one another." Merrin blushed as Shinri started down the hill, walking in the same direction as the departed soldier. Merrin and Renarin followed behind, as did the 2 unarmed and slightly confused soldiers. Merrin kept a wary eye behind as they walked. Renarin, however, still looked more thoughtful than worried. "Do you think this is too drastic?" Merrin asked in a low voice as they walked. Renarin shrugged. "We couldn't wait forever, and this is certainly the most direct way to free ourselves. I am a bit curious to see how you intend to get us out of the city alive, though." The city sloped down toward the ocean. The valley might have been called a lake, but it was a bit too broad. A wide riverbed ran through the center of the city, its dry banks hinting that the river was usually far thicker than the current summer trickle. The people Merrin passed were Kanaran, but their clothing felt oddly informal, almost more like bed clothing than formal outfits. They showed far too much skin on both sexes, and there was something else very odd. It took Merrin a moment to realize what it was. No cloaks. None of the people wore cloaks. This was almost strange enough to make him pause in place. He slowed, studying the street-goers, who in turn watched his hustling pace with curious expressions. It was true. Not a one of them wore a cloak. In Alethkar, even the poorest of peasants owned a cloak. A starving man would sell his shoes before he sold his cloak. Yet here, no one seemed to bother with the garment. The absence only added to the sense of indecency. Without cloaks, the people seemed almost naked. Merrin blushed, hurrying forward, his masculine stride allowing him to quickly catch Shinri, who, despite her hurry, maintained a graceful, proper stride. "Where?" Merrin asked, glancing backward. Only one of the guards was still tailing them. The other had disappeared somewhere, likely to seek reinforcements. "Not far," Shinri said. "That building ahead." The structure in question was a massive golden dome. As they approached, Merrin could see signs of decay. It wasn't that the building was in poor maintenance. The doors still hung firmly, and the stone was in good repair. However, what had once obviously been intricate reliefs had been allowed to fall prey to crom buildup, the once delicate features melding together beneath a uniform stone patina. Where there once might have been awakened embossings, there was now simple whitewashed stone. A group of about 10 soldiers was gathering near the entrance. Merrin recognized one member of the group as the guard who had fled. Oddly, none of the men were shard-bearers, a fact both comforting and disturbing. He could probably take all 10 by himself, though it would be a close fight. Without shardplate, a group of 10 trained soldiers was large enough to be of appreciable danger. Merrin's blade still rested in his hand. Shinri paused, then glanced apprehensively toward Merrin as he strode past her to face the soldiers. Only 2 of the men were noblemen, but the 8 spearmen could prove even more deadly, their spears affording them longer reach. Merrin stood for a moment, listening to his opponents shift uncomfortably beneath his gaze. "What now?" he asked himself. "Fight my way in?" "Merrin," Renarin said quietly, stepping up beside him, "these men aren't our enemies." "They kept us captive," Merrin replied. "And didn't turn us over to Vadenar," Renarin said. "I need to speak with the Council of Regents," Merrin said, eyeing the soldiers. He could see the nervous breaths puffing from their lips. "They'll never let a hostile shard-bearer in to see their rulers," Renarin said. "This is a captured nation. No Lochanron warrior is allowed a shardblade of his own. If they let you in, you could slaughter all 3 regents and their guards before anyone could stop you." Merrin gritted his teeth. It was a good argument, of course. It was hard to trust a man while he proverbially held a shardblade at your neck. But the alternative was to— Merrin looked down at his blade. "It can't just be about the sword." Merrin stepped forward, causing a wrinkle of apprehension in the soldiers, then rammed his blade into the ground. "You," he said, pointing at their former prison guard. He knew the man spoke Aleth. "If I let you confiscate my blade for the duration of the meeting, will you take me in to see the regents?" The man started. He blinked a few times. Excuse me?" he asked, as if uncertain that he had interpreted Merrin's words correctly. Merrin repeated his request. The guard's confusion became shock, and he slowly turned to his companions and said something in a language Merrin didn't understand. "That isn't exactly what I thought you would do," Renarin noted. "Do you have any idea how unorthodox a move it is to let a stranger hold your blade?" Merrin glanced at his weapon. Gone from his fingers only a few moments, he already felt an itching desire to grab it back and dismiss it. When he had thought it gone, taken from him, the sense of despair had been so painful that he didn't even want to consider what would happen if he lost it again. He hadn't even named the blade yet. He was supposed to do that when the bonding completed, but he hadn't been able to determine a suitable title. He'd wanted to ask Lord Dalinar for advice. "Assuming he lets me keep it," Merrin thought sourly. Perhaps it was better to lose the blade now to treachery. No, he immediately thought. Better not to lose it at all. The soldier reached forward with a timid hand, picking up the blade uncertainly, as if waiting for a trap. He hefted the weapon, and Merrin recalled his own first moments holding a shard blade. Hopefully this man wouldn't decide to test the blade's sharpness on Merrin, as Merrin had once done with the rock outside his healer's tent. "Come with me," the soldier said, nodding to his companions. The group split, giving them passage into the building. Merrin stepped forward, then glanced back toward Shinri and Renarin. Renarin looked unperturbed, an expression that was growing increasingly common to his features. Shinri, however, looked thoughtful, which surprised Merrin. "No words of disdain about my foolish loss of a shard blade?" he asked as they stepped into the building. Shinri eyed him, the look somehow conveying that she was annoyed he would think such of her. "Is a shard blade worth the deaths of 10 innocent men?" she asked. "Is it worth the death of even 1? I'm surprised to admit that you might have done the right thing, Merrin Kholin." Her praise gave him a reflexive burst of confidence as he entered the dome's central hallway. Here, too, he noticed signs of modest decoration. The carpets were monochrome, rather than woven with designs like those in Ral Aram. The glyphwort tapestries on the walls were simple and relatively unadorned. The atmosphere of the hallway was utilitarian. Or was there perhaps something deeper? Was the lack of ornamentation an order from the Vaden conquerors, or was it an unconscious symbol of the Lachenran people's beaten-down temperament? If the first were true, Merrin's task might be easier than he thought. However, if the people really were so subservient that they intentionally decorated with plainness in order to placate their foreign masters. A throne room lay beyond a set of double doors at the end of the hallway. It unexpectedly contained an actual throne, and a lavish one at that. Merrin quickly realized, however, that this was another symbol of the nation's conquered nature. The throne sat on a dais and was unoccupied. 3 simpler chairs sat below. The regents were required to rule beneath the empty throne, a likely representation of the absent Vaden king. Merrin stepped into the room, soldiers and companions crowding into the chamber behind him. The 3 regents were aging men, all of about the same age, perhaps in their 6th decade. They wore squared Vaden beards, though few of the men Merrin had seen on the streets wore any facial hair. Their clothing was of a Vaden cut, militaristic, form-fitted, and non-revealing. All 3 wore cloaks. "You should have stayed where you were put, young man," the center regent said, leaning forward in his pseudo-throne. He was the thinnest of the 3. His skin hung on him in folds, giving a drooping kind of moroseness to his features. He was surprisingly good at the Aleth tongue. "In your prison?" Merrin asked. "It was for your protection," the man replied. "There are a lot of Vaden soldiers in Nanah. The city is not a safe place for Aleth noblemen, especially ones of your affiliation." Merrin paused. "You know who I am?" The rightmost regent smiled. "Do you know when a Kanaran peasant last earned himself a shard blade, Merrin Colin?" the plump man asked. "Not exactly," Merrin admitted. "Well, it didn't happen during my lifetime, I will say that much," the fatter regent explained, leaning back in his throne. That long? Merrin thought with shock. He had realized the event happened rarely, but once in 50 years? "His identity is no longer important," the final regent suddenly snapped in a terse tone. "I say it's about time we interrogated him. Tell us, boy, what did you do to our Oathgate?" "What do you mean?" Merrin asked. "The Oathgate no longer seems to work, young man," the middle regent explained. "We've been waiting for our Lord King to send men through the Oathgate looking for you, but none came. Finally, we had one of our Awakeners try and open the gate from our end. He worked for some time, but nothing happened. He says something is wrong. The opal doesn't respond to his touch." Merrin barely kept himself from glancing back at Shinri. What had the girl done? Why hadn't she told them? "I don't know what is wrong with your Oathgate," Merrin said truthfully. "I do find it curious, however, that you were waiting for the Vadens to come for us. You implied that I should have stayed in my prison so that the Vaden soldiers wouldn't see me. Yet you were just planning to hand me over to them anyway." The hefty regent chuckled. "We do as our king commands," he said. "As of yet he hadn't commanded, which left us a little confused at what to do with you." "That's unimportant now," said the snappish regent. "Every soldier in town must have seen that blue cloak flapping on the boy's way here. When the officers discover we have a Colin in the city, and that we've been keeping him hidden for several days—" The central regent raised a tired hand, stilling his companion. "We will do as we must. They cannot take too harsh an action against us, not without orders from the Lord King." Merrin should have felt far more intimidated. These were aged lords, the leaders of a nation. A conquered nation, true, but they were still the most powerful men of their race. And yet he found very little anxiety within. Instead he felt pity. Pity and a bit of anger. Where was the honor in these men? They seemed more tired and crotchety than they did intimidating. There was an uncertainty in their voices, a tone that Merrin recognized. Some of the soldiers in his 10 squad had borne that same tone, the ones who cringed whenever a lord spoke, the men who had been trained or employed by harsh masters. "Do not judge us, young Colin," the Central Regent said, studying Merrin's face. He was no aged gaffer, not yet, but he sat with his back bent as if by age. He regarded Merrin with eyes that tried to hide the guilt within. "Your counsel comes too late," Merrin said. "I judged you the moment I heard that only you 3, out of all the houses of Lochenrun, had chosen to side with your invaders when the conquerors came 30 years before. I judged you to be cowards and traitors. Dare you call my judgment hasty?" The Central Regent actually cringed before the accusation. "You don't know what kind of situation we were in," spat the man on the left. "All 3 Vaden houses invaded jointly. We didn't have the men to resist that kind of attack. Would you have had us die instead?" "Instead of this?" Merrin asked, nodding toward the 3 men and their lowly thrones. "Yes, I think I would have rather died had I been you." "There's from a peasant," the regent said back. "A citizen has pride," Merrin said. "He has a tradition. He can be proud of the work he does and the service he performs for a lord he trusts, a lord who cares for his welfare. If his lord betrays this trust, the peasant still has solemn right of movement granted him by the way of kings. He can protest his lord's indecency by moving to another village, taking his family's numbers from that lord's census and giving them to a more honorable ruler."
"A pleasant sentiment," the portly regent said. "But it is hardly practical to move an entire kingdom, lad. The way of kings doesn't grant protection if the kings themselves ignore it. Your peasant would continue to serve the dishonorable master if swords were presented to threaten his children."
"Send for Lord Evanar," the leftmost regent ordered, pointing toward a soldier. "Tell him we have a gift for him at the regent's dome." The soldier nodded, but glanced at the Central Regent for confirmation. The haggard man began to nod. "Wait," Merrin said. "I came here for a purpose. I wish to ask a favor of you." The leftmost regent snorted. "And that is?" Merrin continued to look at the center man. "I want you to detain your fleet," he said. "Don't send it to Alethkar. Delay it, so that King Oven doesn't receive the troops in time to do him any good." The room fell silent. Then several men chuckled, including the 2 outer regents.
"You'd sooner persuade the winds to stop blowing," the rightmost regent noted. "There are Vaden officers on every one of those ships."
"How many officers?" Merrin asked. "A couple per ship? And how many of your own soldiers walk the decks?" 10 sets.
"What you suggest now wouldn't be delaying our ships," the leftmost regent laughed. "It would be open war. We can't kill Vaden officers. Oven's armies would return to destroy us. Besides, there are 5 shard-bearers overseeing the loading of those ships. You expect us to fight them too?"
"You could defeat them," Merrin challenged. "Shard-bearers can be killed by common men. Do I need to remind you of how I got my own blade?"
"Perhaps," the portly man said. "But what of the repercussions? What about when Vadenil comes back? Should we sacrifice our own people to protect yours?"
"You should do something," Merrin said. "Even if King Oven does return, he will be weakened. His armies will have fought Alethkar. If he has lost, then his morale will be low. If he has won, then he will have to leave a force in the north to occupy. You could resist. How can you sit here dying before me, then claim to be worried of the death Vadenar will bring upon you?
Now is the time when your enemies will be weak. If your leaders are unjust, then the Almighty gives you the right to throw them off. Even peasants know that."
The room fell still. The central regent didn't move, didn't even seem to breathe for a long moment. Then he slumped a little further in his throne.
"I'm sorry, young Colin," the regent said, "but our enemies are not weak. The three houses are unified, and I have heard news of our new king. This is not a man to disobey. Besides, your suggestion is impossible. Perhaps it is easy for you to consider the slaying of 5 shard-bearers, but you're a man who has experienced both privilege and fortune. We have neither. Our men have never seen a shard-blade except in the hands of our oppressors. They have seen their comrades cut down for speaking out of place. To them, the Vaden lords are almost as the heralds themselves. We cannot resist them."
The man raised a weary arm, motioning for the messenger to continue on his duty. Merrin closed his eyes, groaning slightly to himself. He had been wrong. This wasn't simply an oppressed people, it was an enslaved people. He had hoped that maybe they would be willing to strike back, but it had been a flawed hope from the start. After all, weren't these the very men who had bowed before Vadenar years before? No, they wouldn't fight. Renarin had said that nobility wasn't about the shard blade, and in a way he was right. But these people couldn't see anything but the blade. Merrin paused. Anything but the blade. There wasn't time to think. "Stop!" Merrin said, opening his eyes and turning toward the messenger, hand upraised. The man paused just outside the throne room doors. Merrin turned to the regents. "And what if I defeat them for you?"
"Them?"
the portly regent asked. "Your 5 Vaden shard-bearers. If I duel them and win, you won't have to fear their blades any more. Will you take command of your ships then? Delay them as I have asked?"
"You're mad," said the leftmost regent. "1 man against 5? You don't even have plate. By the winds, you haven't even been a shard-bearer for half a year."
"Well?" Merrin asked, ignoring the man, staring directly at the center regent. The man wouldn't meet his eyes. "Fight," Merrin pled. "You have a chance now. Isn't that what you told yourself 30 years ago? That you would just appear to serve the Vadens, but wouldn't give them your heart? You thought you would wait for a better time to fight, a time when they weren't so strong." The man looked up, and Merrin could see that he had guessed correctly. Suddenly the regent's depressed figure made sense. He was worse than a traitor. He was a man who had lied to himself, but seen through that lie. A coward.
"They will kill you," the regent warned. "These men are all fine duelists. I have seen them spar."
"Better they kill me than I starve in a dungeon somewhere," Merrin said with as much bravado as he could muster. Suddenly his decision was beginning to seem a bit brash. The regents said nothing. That's how they deal with things they don't want to face. They avoid them, lock them up in a prison above town, refuse to look at them. "Fine," Merrin said before his resolve could weaken any further. "I'm going to the docks. I assume that's where these shard-bearers are?" No one contradicted him, so he nodded, turning. He walked up to the man who still held his blade. "This will be a lot easier if you return that to me," he said. "Otherwise I'll have to kill the first one with my knife." The soldier glanced at his regent, but received no support. Finally, he turned back to Merrin. Then, taking a deep breath, he held up the blade with a reverent touch. "Good luck, my lord," he said. Merrin accepted the sword back, the room's air curling around his arm in a playful spiral, and strode out the way he had come.
Chapter 67. Merrin 14 and Shinri 13. Shinri hustled to keep up with the men, silently cursing their lack of courtesy in not summoning her a litter. Of course, most people in the room, regents included, had probably been too surprised by Merrin's declaration to think of such things. She could see him up ahead, continuing down the hillside toward the docks. Had he stepped with that same proud bearing before, back in Kholinar? Had he seemed so natural and firm a leader? She hadn't paid much attention to him at the time. She'd been too busy worrying about things of presumed importance. Merrin's blue Kholin cloak billowed behind him, his foreign dress distinguishing him from the gathering crowd that trailed behind. The regent scuttled at the head of that crowd. Did Merrin realize what he had done? Probably not. From the way he had spoken to the regents, he probably assumed them to be lesser noblemen, not men far above his own station. Perhaps Merrin's firm stride wasn't related to his self-confidence as much as it was his ignorance, or maybe just his stupidity. 5 shard-bearers? What is he thinking? The boy had never even taken part in a dueling competition. How could he presume to fight against men who had been training their entire lives? He would get in no surprise blows this time, would receive no aid from Arador or another. Merrin was in an enemy kingdom. Her foot caught a crack in the stone, and she nearly tripped. Shinri flailed for a moment, but fortunately managed to catch her balance. She stood for a moment, cursing the Nana street smoothers. Her delicate sea-silk slippers hadn't been intended for such abuse. One was already tearing and unraveling. "We need to hurry, Shinri," Renarin said quietly from beside her. Only he had slowed his pace to match hers, though she wasn't certain if that was due to respect or simply a desire to make certain she didn't flee. She eyed the spindly nobleman. She might be able to escape from him. Merrin's disturbance would probably create enough chaos to keep their captors from searching her out, at least immediately. If she could get to the Oath Gates. Unfortunately, her own curiosity was too strong. She gave Renarin a cool look at his suggestion that she hurry, then continued on with as much speed as she could manage. She could find a better time to escape later. After all, Merrin would probably be dead. At the very least, he would no longer have a shard blade. The regents hadn't been able to communicate with Aven, which meant they probably didn't know about her power over the Oath Gates, and Shinri paused in her thinking. What was that the regents had said? Their Oath Gate no longer worked? They had implied that it wasn't just due to a locked gate on the other side. They said that the Awakener had felt something different. The opal just didn't work. "What did you do?" they had accused Merrin. But he hadn't been the one. What had Shinri done? She couldn't remember much. Only peace. And then she had been yanked away by Renarin, pulled through the gate. When she'd closed the gate, her mind had been a blur of anger and longing. And the truth was, she'd never closed an Oath Gate before. Perhaps she had done something wrong. She faintly remembered a breaking, a reaction from the gate to her being pulled away. Had that been part of it? "I should have looked further," Renarin mumbled, his eyes growing slightly troubled as he walked. Down below, Merrin had nearly reached the docks. "I don't know what's going to happen to him, Shinri, but I fear the worst." "And what of me?" she challenged. "Are the things you saw the reason you kidnapped me?" He didn't look down with shame as she had expected. He had changed somehow during the last few months. There was a hint of guilt in his eyes, true, but an equal amount of determination. "You, Shinri, you affected everything I saw. I didn't bring you because of any specific foretelling, but because of all of them. In the times to come, the one who has your aid will have a great advantage. You are more valuable than any shard blade, more valuable perhaps than an entire army." "There are only 10 Oath Gates, Renarin," Shinri said flatly. Being able to open them is an advantage, true, but not as great a one as you imply. Once the various kings understand that the gates are no longer secure, the advantage of controlling me will decrease measurably." Renarin shook his head. "There's more, Shinri. There has to be. Something beyond just the oath gates." Shinri frowned. His tone implied that whatever it was beyond her power over the oath gates, he wanted to control it. "I expected better of you, Renarin," she said icily. He blushed, showing a hint of the old Renarin, then hurried her forward. They reached the docks a few moments later.
Merrin couldn't let himself stop. The weight of what he intended to do pushed him forward, the momentum of the crowd rolling behind him like a physical force. The winds above were straight and steady, like a 10-set overlapping rivers in the sky.
"They're on that ship, my lord,"
one of the soldiers said, nodding him toward a particularly ornate vessel. Merrin nodded. "Can't stop, if I think too long." He strode forward, walking up the gangplank toward the ship's deck. A group of confused sailors watched him approach. They had stopped their work, the sudden dockside crowd drawing their attention. As Merrin crested the plank and stepped onto the ship's deck, he could feel them studying him, marking his clothing, which, despite being worn from his extended captivity, was still obviously that of a nobleman. They muttered to each other in their unfamiliar tongue, and he could feel them connecting the color of his cloak to the glyph on its back. He summoned his blade to help move the inferences along. The weapon's appearance sparked another bout of conversation among the sailors, and one of them soon scampered off toward a cabin doorway. Barely 5 anxious heartbeats passed before a group of cloaked forms strode from the cabin. Their heraldry was white, their clothing rich, but bearing the typical Vaden blockishness. Their ages varied from youthful to distinguished, and each wore the same square-cut beard favored by Vaden fashion. 3 of the 5 wore shard plate. Merrin exhaled slowly in disappointment. He had hoped he wouldn't have to face that particular disadvantage. "You can do this," he told himself. "Just face them one at a time. 5 duels in a row against far more experienced swordsmen, 3 of them in plate." Gritting his teeth resolutely, he lifted his blade and pointed it at the shard-bearer whose plate looked the most lavish, an older man with a grizzled, commanding face. It was probably best to face their most skilled man first, when Merrin was still fresh. Afterward, perhaps the others would be honorable enough to let him don the defeated man's plate before the next bout began. Assuming, of course, Merrin won the first duel. Uncertain whether or not the man spoke Aleth, Merrin fell into a dueling posture. The 5 Vadens regarded each other with perplexed eyes.
"What is this?"
one of them finally asked in heavily accented Aleth. "I challenge you," Merrin said. "I am Merrin Colin, shard-bearer of the court of Lord Dalinar Colin."
"You challenge who?"
asked a younger shard-bearer in silver and white plate. "All of you," Merrin said. "One at a time, beginning with the older man in green and white." The men regarded each other with bemused expressions. The older man at the front said something to his companions, and the group laughed, glancing at Merrin derisively. The older man waved his companions back, stepping forward and summoning a burst of white smoke from his palm. Blades were raised, and the duel began. Sweat wetted Merrin's grip, and the sudden reality of what he was doing struck him. Arador couldn't protect him this time. There was no refuge of a friendly army, no companion at his side to watch for enemy spears. He was alone. His enemy studied him carefully, wind curling around his form. "This will be my first true duel," Merrin realized nervously. He glanced down at his bracelet. He felt like he was cheating somehow by watching the winds. This was no ad hoc battle. This was a formal duel. There were rules, protocol. Vasher would tell him it didn't matter, that he should use every available advantage. But what would Lord Dalinar say? Merrin didn't need to think very long at that question. As his opponent advanced, still watching, Marin carefully unclipped the bracelet and let the air return to painful clarity around him. He could almost hear Vasher cursing him a fool in the back of his mind, but what he did felt right. He barely had time to stuff the bracelet into his cloak pocket before his opponent struck. The Vaden attacked with a series of sharp, precise blows. Marin hadn't studied the dueling forms enough to know which style the man used, but it was very efficient, moving with blurring yet controlled speed. Fortunately, Marin's training knew what to do, even if he consciously did not. Marin was surprised to find himself in one piece at the end of the exchange. The Vaden's eyes took on an appreciative glint as he withdrew slightly, still studying Marin. The next exchange came with even more vigor, and again Marin surprised himself by parrying or dodging each blow. He even returned a slash of his own, smacking his blade against his opponent's forearm. The blow would have sheared off a regular man's hand, but it struck only a glancing blow on the plate, not even making a proper dent. His opponent moved with plate-enhanced strength, whipping his forearm to the side as Marin connected, pushing back Marin's blade and throwing Marin off balance. Marin didn't try to maintain his footing, instead allowing himself to be pushed back. The Vaden smirked, falling into an aggressive stance and pressing his advantage. The fight began in earnest. And again, Marin felt it. The old feeling of inadequacy. Marin just wasn't good enough. When fighting the assassins with Arador, or even when he had sparred with Vasher's friends, Marin had felt the same way. The forms Vasher had taught him felt flawed. They just didn't quite fit. They hadn't become intuitive enough, Marin knew. They weren't a part of him. Because of that, he would lose this duel, and because of his loss, the Aleth armies would soon find themselves flanked by an unexpected foe. The kingdom could very well fall because Marin hadn't managed to learn his dueling forms well enough. He was already weakening. Each blocked blow was delivered by plate-enhanced arms. He wouldn't be able to— The opening came so quickly that Marin didn't consider. He spun away from the Vaden's latest blow, an uncharacteristically wide strike. Though Marin couldn't see the wind, he could almost feel it as he spun, letting the motion propel his blade. The Vaden turned too late. Marin's blade smashed into the side of the man's helmet, marring the beautifully gilded metal. The form knew what to do next. As the Vaden stumbled in surprise, Marin continued his motion, spinning one more time and delivering a second blow at exactly the same angle as the first. Air whistled around his blade as it approached the Vaden's head. At the last moment, Marin turned the blade down and let it crack against the helmet in a slightly lower position. The already off-balance Vaden stumbled to his knees, the wood groaning beneath him. When the man reoriented himself, he found Marin standing beside him, blade raised as if to strike the helm a third time. Both knew that this time Marin wouldn't avert the blow from the weakened section of shard plate. "Yield," Marin ordered. The Vaden glanced toward his own blade, which had slipped from dazed fingers. Then he eyed Marin's upraised weapon. "I yield," he hissed in angered shame, glancing down at the deck. Marin stepped back, shocked. I won. It felt like a fluke. There had been no careful planning, no strategy. He had simply seen an opening, and his body had attacked reflexively. All of his opponent's clever precision meant naught before Marin's fortunate strike. The aging Vaden warrior obviously thought something similar. His eyes were dark with anger as he stood and retrieved his blade. "I demand your plate and blade as spoils," Marin said. "I'll put the plate on, then I'll duel you," he said, pointing at the younger man in silver and white. The other 4 shard-bearers looked as stunned as Marin felt. Well, they would each soon have an opportunity to focus their anger. Marin tried not to think too hard about the fact that he still had 4 bouts to go. At least now he would be able to withstand a hit or two. He glanced to the side to check on the status of his shard plate. The Vaden man had only removed the broken helm. He made no move to take off the rest, however. Instead, he was regarding Marin with a disgusted look. "I demand your plate and blade as—" Marin began, speaking slower. He trailed off, however, as he saw the look in the man's face. Something was wrong. The Vaden glanced at the other 4, then growled something in his native tongue. There was a brief moment of silence. Then all four attacked at once. Merrin cried out, screaming something about protocol, but it was obvious that these men had no intention of obeying etiquette. Merrin ducked backward as shard blades began to appear, swinging at the first man who came into range. The man's blade hadn't appeared yet, but he wore plate, and he took the blow with an upraised arm, stalling Merrin while the others armed themselves. Anxious sailors ducked out of the way as Merrin tried to jump toward the gangplank, but the Vaden in silver and white rammed into Merrin from the side, throwing him to the deck. Merrin grunted in pain, holding his blade up to keep from cutting himself as he slid across the slick wood, propelled into a half-tumble by the shard-bearer's blow. Merrin wheezed, trying to catch his breath. Smoke dissipated, and soon all 5 men held glimmering blades. Merrin regarded them with stupefaction, still amazed that they would so blatantly break protocol. Vasher's disappointed voice seemed to whisper a condemnation to him.
"You should have expected this. In battle, honor belongs to the victor. Men will do whatever they have to in order to win. Use every advantage."
Merrin scrambled to his feet, lifting his blade to block a blow while he reached inside his cloak pocket. As soon as his fingers touched jade, the winds returned to him. He pushed away his foe, hurriedly clasped on the bracelet, then raised his blade to block a second attack. A third struck at him from the side, and Merrin's blade seemed to flow naturally into a parry, turning the man's weapon. Something happened that moment as he fought. The broad, exaggerated swings Vasher had taught him had always seemed too wide to Merrin, almost as if they were supposed to be beautiful flourishes instead of attacks or parries. Yet facing down 5 men at once, Merrin's form seemed to take on a new, flowing quality. It wasn't just the wind. In fact, this didn't seem to have anything to do with the wind at all. His wide swings kept multiple enemies at a distance, and the rounded flourishes helped each swipe curve into the next, carrying Merrin in a continuous and fluid defense. Everything seemed to fit. All of the holes in his form, all of the inconsistencies and awkwardness. It had never been him, after all. It had been the form. "I'm an idiot. Vasher explained it to me once, and I never paused to think about what he meant. He didn't train me to duel. He trained me to fight." The winds spoke to him. Merrin could feel them, could sense when bodies disturbed their flow. Incorporating this knowledge into his form, he blocked attacks he couldn't see. He moved smoothly from one strike to another. He stood squarely in the middle of 5 opponents, and for one graceful, convergent moment, he fought them all at once.
"They broke protocol!" Shinri hissed.
Renarin nodded as if this were an expected event. They stood beside the regents atop a nearby ship, one that sat just a bit higher in the water, affording them a view of Merrin's deck.
"But I know that man," Shinri said. "Lord Den Vashachai is one of the most respected noblemen in Vadenar. His reputation is spotless."
Renarin shook his head.
"When this is over, he'll just claim that Merrin broke protocol first, and that he ordered the other shard-bearers forward in retribution. That's usually how it happens."
"But—" Shinri trailed off, forcing down her anger.
"We have to do something,"
she said frantically, turning to run down the ramp. Renarin caught her on the arm. It was an oddly tender gesture, but it only reminded her of the last time he had touched her, the time when he had grabbed her and pulled her free from the Oathgate's control opal, kidnapping her. She shook herself free, but Renarin had her attention.
"Look,"
he requested. She turned back toward the other ship, where poor Merrin was so horribly outnumbered. She expected to find him dead already. Instead, she was treated to a sight that left her standing stunned in the cool southern winds. Merrin stood at the exact center of a ring of shard-bearers, wearing no plate, practically defenseless, and he was winning anyway. Or perhaps not winning, but he was certainly holding his own. The 5 honorless Vadens struck at him repeatedly, their attacks showing frustration. Yet Merrin blocked each blow. Every strike, whether swung alone or in tandem, was turned aside. Merrin moved with surreal grace, moving to parry each attack almost before it began. He spun, never facing just one man, somehow never seeming to leave his back exposed. His were not the motions of a man desperate. He bore none of the frantic tension one would expect. Instead, he fought with elegant superiority, almost as if he weren't flesh at all, but like—
"He moves like the winds themselves,"
whispered Tamar, the head regent, who stood beside her.
"By the Almighty, he doesn't just speak like a king. He fights like one, too."
Merrin was in trouble. He held his opponents at bay for the moment, but it took the sum of his concentration and skills to do so. And he was getting tired. The combined power of Vasher's dueling style and Merrin's ability to feel the winds was great, but the Vaden shardbearers still had 3 suits of plate. Their blows shook his arm, and facing them all at once forced Merrin to focus completely on defense. Eventually he would fail to block a blow. In addition, there was still a slight problem with his form. He couldn't understand what it was. His parries would build toward a single careful attack, but each of these attacks was easily blocked. He felt that he was still missing something, a secret of the form. Why would it have such obvious strikes? He felt as if each of these capstone blows should hit, yet he logically knew that there was little chance of them getting past his enemy's defenses. He couldn't continue to fight as he was. He needed to divide the Vadens up. Striking with one final flourishing blow, Merrin spun and ducked to the side, breaking between the 2 unarmored shardbearers. He felt the winds brush his leg and knew he had just barely missed having his foot sheared free. He jumped, pushing with senses he was only beginning to be aware of, and his wrist blazed with a sudden pain. The winds spun behind him, blowing him forward, carrying him a little farther than he should have been able to jump, pushing him a little faster than he should have been able to go. He landed on the gangplank and jumped again, whipping his shardblade beneath him as he did so. The weapon easily sliced through the wood, and Merrin landed on the docks below to hear the splash of 2 gangplank halves dropping into the water behind him. He spun as the docks thumped, a plated form easily dropping the 20 feet to land beside him. Merrin could see the other 2 shardplate-bearing Vadens preparing to jump, but the 2 unarmored men had paused beside the railing, judging the distance skeptically. One called to a soldier, presumably demanding a rope, as the final plated Vaden leaped over the side. Merrin ducked a swipe from the shardbearer in silver, swinging his own blade downward, toward the docks themselves. Merrin's blade cut a massive gash in the planks, then he ducked to the side as the falling shardbearer landed beside him. There was a satisfying crack as the weakened wood split, followed by a yelp of surprise, one that cut off in a splashing gurgle as the shardbearer's corner of the dock collapsed into the water. Merrin spun to face his 2 opponents. The young shardbearer in silver jumped forward, trying to thrust through Merrin's faceplate. Pain flared in Merrin's wrist as he commanded the winds, pushing himself to the side. The threatening blade whistled in the air just a finger length from Merrin's ear, but the wind shoved Merrin just out of the way. Merrin brought up his own weapon mid-dodge, pushing his arms with the force of a river of wind. Where the Vaden's weapon had whistled, Merrin's wind-driven blade roared. It connected with plate and kept going, ripping through the awakened metal with a force even Merrin hadn't anticipated. The pain from his wrist was nearly overwhelming. Merrin collapsed to the ground, completing his dodge as his opponent fell to the docks in 2 pieces. Merrin gasped in agony, his left hand, the one bearing the bracelet, spasming rigidly. There wasn't time to pause, however. He stumbled to his feet, holding his blade in one hand and lurching away from the fallen man. The final plated shardbearer, the older man Merrin had fought originally, paused quietly, looking down at the dead man. There was both wonder and fury in his expression. Merrin didn't look down, though he knew what he would have seen had he done so. Somehow he had cut through the shard plate as if it weren't there, killing the younger man as easily as one would a common soldier. The aging shard-bearer raised an unhelmed face toward Merrin, rage burning in his eyes. He raised his blade. Merrin backed away, moving toward the dock's edge. He felt and heard the splashing near the dock's side and moved over to see the shard-bearer who had fallen into the ocean climbing up onto the docks. He no longer wore his plate, of course, though he still carried his blade. With a mercilessness that would have impressed his old spear commanders, Merrin jumped toward the man and swung. The sodden man didn't even have time to react. Both corpse and blade fell back into the churning waters, and Merrin looked as the two men above finally began to descend on a rope ladder. Merrin tried to get close enough to swing at them while they were climbing, but the elder shardbearer immediately launched an attack, drawing Merrin's attention. The man was good. Either the death of the younger man had encouraged him, or he just hadn't taken Merrin seriously before, for this offensive was measurably more potent than the previous attacks. It bore the fuel of a man's fury, and Merrin's pained and exhausted body was reacting more and more slowly. He barely turned aside the blows, and each parry came more slowly. The two other men approached from behind. Merrin could feel their movements on the wind. His sword arm was depleted, and his other hand burned so much it was barely usable. He had to attack. He had to— A fist, the shardbearer's fist, came at him unexpectedly. Merrin cursed, reflexively gathering the winds to push it away. They failed. Somehow the shard plate resisted the winds, deflecting them. Merrin's stupefaction nearly cost him his life. He barely remembered to push against himself instead, moving his head away from the blow, counteracting some of the fist's momentum. In a moment of lucidity, he dismissed his blade so he wouldn't lose it. The metal fist took him in the side of the head. The world flashed, then grew black, but fortunately returned as Merrin crashed to the ground. Though his eyes refused to focus, he could feel a sword descending, and he used the wind to push himself to the side, bearing the bracelet-induced flash of pain. Merrin stumbled across the decks, dazed, seeing double, his blade unsummoned. Seeing double. It came back to him. The answer to a question that he had been so close to discovering. Like a name spoken that had been forgotten, like a memory suddenly recalled, he realized why dismissing and summoning his blade felt so familiar. He hadn't done it before, but he had done something just like it. The meditation exercise Vasher had taught him, the one where he made his finger vanish and reappear, felt exactly the same as summoning and dismissing a blade. Another attack came, and this time Merrin didn't bother to block. He jumped back, retreating across the dock, summoning his blade and trying to gather his wits. Dockworkers and gawking nobility scattered as Merrin backed away from his advancing opponents. They could sense his weakness, could see the growing sloppiness of his form. Sweat trickled down his cheek. Why? What did it mean? Vasher's exercise had to have a purpose. The coincidence was just too great. Merrin threw himself into an attack, trying to surprise the men. However, they smartly coordinated a three-pronged offense, and Merrin's attack turned into a frantic defense. He retreated again, weakened, puffing haggardly before they could surround him. The three men approached in a close line, their postures daring him to attack. Merrin continued to back away, forcing his mind to work, struggling against pain and exhaustion. There was a secret. Vasher had taught him too well. Merrin could sense what the dueling form was supposed to do even when it didn't perform as expected. He had felt the truth on several occasions. There were times when he knew he should have hit, but his attack was easily parried. It was almost as if he didn't have much strength left. Gathering his concentration, his energy, and his determination, Merrin gripped his blade in two hands, gritted his teeth, then dashed forward and jumped. The winds curled in and pushed him from behind. The flash of pain was expected, and in his moment of stubborn focus, Merrin didn't let it distract him. The winds carried him forward in an amazing leap, driving him toward the elder shardbearer. If the man was surprised by Merrin's supernatural jump, he didn't display the emotion. Only anger showed in his eyes. Anger and satisfaction. Merrin's attack was obvious. The trajectory of his jump, the angle of his raised arms, made the proper parry intuitive. The shardbearer raised his weapon with a curled lip. As Merrin fell, he dismissed his blade. It instantly changed to smoke, as always, but Merrin didn't quite let it vanish. Just as it began to change to smoke, he grabbed a hold of it with his mind, holding it halfway into existence. Like the finger he could not see, but only because he ignored that it was there. His incorporeal blade passed through the parrying shard blade. Merrin immediately called to his weapon, bringing it back from the edge upon which it teetered. Rather than taking 10 heartbeats to summon, the weapon appeared immediately, growing firm in his hands again. The Vaden man's eyes widened in shock right before the blade sliced through his unprotected head. Merrin's wind-fueled jump carried him forward, past the dying man, with supernatural speed. The other two shardbearers weren't prepared as Merrin landed before them, maintaining his fluid swing as he cut them both down in a single motion. Merrin stumbled to a halt, and 3 corpses dropped to the docks behind him. He gasped in anguish and exhaustion, dismissing his blade and reaching over to rip the bracelet off with a claw-like grip. As he dropped the jade, the air returning to normal, the pain in his arm dampened slightly, but not enough. He fell to his knees, sweat staining the wood before him as great drops streamed from his brow. Merrin clutched his wrist with his uninjured arm, his entire body shaking. He struggled to remain conscious. After a few moments of dealing with the pain, he finally became aware of the strange stillness. He forced himself to look up. 8 boats stood along this section of the docks, and men crowded atop them, looking down at him with an eerie silence. Merrin turned to the side. The dock workers and other onlookers stood with equally stunned postures. "I don't blame them," Merrin thought with a groan. "I'm not sure what just happened myself." Ahead, a group was walking down a gangplank, their richly colored clothing identifying them to Merrin's fuzzy, sweat-blurred vision. The Regents. Merrin climbed to his feet, then lurched across the docks, slowly gathering the blades of the fallen men. He regained some of his strength as he worked, but the ache in his arm faded only a bit, and he found himself cradling it to his chest as he worked. When he was forced to move it to carry a pair of blades, it felt stiff and awkward. Numb, yet painful at the same time. The regents and collected nobility watched Merrin's work with a respectful silence. Finally, Merrin approached them, forcing himself to walk upright with his tired head held high. The regents waited expectantly, but Merrin ignored them. Instead, he approached Renarin and rammed a blade point first into the wood before his friend. "It's yours, if you want it," he said. Renarin paused, then smiled, reaching out to accept the blade. "I suppose it would be a bit anticlimactic if I refused." Merrin nodded, smiling weakly. He turned to the regents and let his face grow more stern. "What of you?" he asked. "What of these fleets?" "I think our soldiers have decided for us," the head regent said, nodding to the side. Merrin heard the splashes even as he turned. White Vaden cloaks flapped in the wind as the Lochenron soldiers began to throw their officers over the sides of the boats. The silence burst, sailors and dockworkers breaking into exuberant cheers. They couldn't have known about Merrin's goal, but somehow they sensed their freedom. The Lochenron lords might have been quelled, but the once kingdom's citizens were more willing to fight. This time Merrin's smile bore no trace of weariness. "These ships will not sail to the north," the head regent said quietly, "though I know not whether our reward will be freedom or destruction. Either way, Vadenar will receive no support from us in this war." Merrin turned back toward the 3 regents. "That's not good enough anymore." He raised 2 more blades, ramming them into the wood before the 2 regents who had been most supportive, leaving the 3rd, bitter man, out. "Not good enough?" the head regent asked, as the 3rd man sputtered at the slight. "These ships will sail," Merrin said firmly, "but they will join with Alethkar, not our enemies. You want to be free of Yakaved? Well, you will have to earn it." The chubby regent frowned. "Follow one master instead of another?" he asked. "What proof do we have that Alethkar won't just occupy us like Vadenar once did?" Merrin sighed. "None, and I'm too tired to argue with you. Take the blades. We're sailing north." The 2 men glanced at each other, then reached forward to take the offered shard blades. "Yours is at the bottom of the ocean," Merrin said to the 3rd regent. "You should send someone to fish it out for you. Renarin and I get a suit of plate. I don't care what you do with the 3rd set." The man continued to sputter, but he immediately waved for a servant, snapping a few orders in Lochenron. Merrin ignored him, turning eyes on the collected soldiers. Some were yelling with the dockworkers and citizenry, but many of them were either staring at Merrin or regarding the scattered corpses of the dead shard-bearers. Merrin found the face he was looking for. He strode forward, waving a few people out of the way, then stopped before a familiar soldier, the man who had been their guard, the one that Merrin had given his blade to before entering the palace to meet the regents. "It takes a man of rare honor to give up a prize as fine as a shard blade," Merrin said to the soldier. He rammed the final blade into the ground before the man. "And rare honor deserves rare rewards." The man's eyes widened, then he looked up, his eyes thick with gratitude and wonder. Then, surprisingly, he knelt. "A shard-bearer must have a lord," he said. "Will you accept my oath, my lord?" Merrin paused. He wasn't really certain if he was of the right rank to take such oaths. He opened his mouth to turn down the offer, but paused as he saw the soldiers around him. There was so much respect in their eyes, respect and determination. He would need both if he was going to help Lord Dalinar. "We'll fix it later," he told himself. "Very well," he said. "I accept your oath." "Calden, my lord," the man reminded him in lightly accented Aleth. "Lord Calden," Merrin replied. "Your first duty is to spread the word that I want these ships ready to leave as soon as possible. We sail to Alethkar, or we will do to the Vaden armies what I did to their shard-bearers today." Merrin thought that a fitting metaphor, but was completely unprepared for the shouts of exuberance and devotion the soldiers gave as Calden translated his words.
Chapter 68. Yasna, 15. During the next few days of travel, Yasna waited in quiet tension, expecting to hear the inevitable truth, that the scouts had spotted the Vaden army approaching from behind. The report never came. The herald's army moved like a wounded animal, fleeing desperately for safety, yet hampered by its own weight and broken limbs. Despite the anxiety of being chased, theirs was hardly an organized, disciplined group. People slept in. Food was distributed inefficiently. Men squabbled, and when they approached towns, she often found out too late that some of the men had broken orders and sought out a tavern. Desertions continued, but strangely, recruits continued to straggle in. Apparently any large mass of people drew attention, bringing men wanting work or refugees seeking sanctuary. Yasna turned away those she could, but many were persistent, and inside she knew that if an attack came, they would need every soldier, no matter how unpromising, they could get. They traveled for 4 more days, entering Aniezer's territory with little circumstance beyond the distant sighting of a few mounted men that might have been scouts. Though no one moved to challenge them, Yasna was certain that this was only because of their size. Local or traveling squads would leave them alone. For now. An army of 1,200 marching directly for Joravan was obviously a matter to be handled by their lord himself. Aniezer would make a move. Yasna was certain of that. Until he did, she would simply push onward, hoping that the uncertain enemy ahead would prove more agreeable than the known enemy behind. Talm did not return. Yasna found herself watching southward more and more, her tension growing. She told herself she was being foolish. Whatever Talm had done, it had obviously slowed the enemy army greatly, slowed it enough that even Meridas's distant roving scouts caught no sight of it. Such an impressive event would not be accomplished without price. The delay had cost his life. He would not be returning. It was foolish to sit and dote with worry. And yet, Lan's raw assessment of her personality remained vivid in her memory. She'd been called paranoid before, and had dismissed the allegations. Usually the same people who referred to her in such a way ended up depending upon her foresight. For Lan to describe her as a woman without belief, however, as a person frightened by hope, left her feeling sick. What would it mean if Tom did return? Did she always have to expect disappointment? His continuing absence, along with that of the army he had gone to stop, bred rumors from rumors within the camp. As the days passed, and it became less and less likely he would return, some claimed the absence as an obvious sign that he had never been a herald. Others claimed that the disappearance of the Vaden army was instead proof of Taln's obvious divinity. Still others supposed that he was testing them to see who would remain loyal and who would desert. The more rational part of the soldiers pointed out that it didn't really matter where the supposed herald was, as long as the Vaden army went with him. Some dared whisper that there never had been a Vaden army, attributing Taln's disappearance to his desire to flee the camp for some untold reason. Jasnah dismissed this supposition with ease. It was possible that Nachin had lied about the existence of a Vaden army, but the scouts would not have. Besides, Taln and Kemnar would have quickly discovered the truth if there was no army. Their continued absence meant at least one thing. They had found someone to fight. Someone to kill them, a piece of her whispered. And still, perhaps as a stubborn response to Lon, she told herself to continue hoping, to keep looking southward, to expect the best, even if she had to force herself to do so. Taln would be her test. 3 days from the Holy City, a messenger appeared and demanded to be taken to the army's leader. Without thought, the guards took him to Meridas, and Jasnah was not invited to their conference. Meridas assumed Taln dead, a fact that lent him new levels of arrogant presumption, and Jasnah's place in the group had been relegated to that of the protected and coddled woman, fiancée of the general. Fortunately, Lon was one of the few people in the army who could read, and as such, he was allowed into the conference in case the messenger brought a letter. The monk later told her that the messenger had come in warning, giving Meridas an opportunity to withdraw from Lord Aniazer's land, lest he face retribution. Apparently Meridas's response had been less than respectful. Jasnah considered giving in to Meridas's demand that they not go to Juravan, but turn and head to Alethkar. Even if she did allow herself a bit of forced hope regarding Taln, she did not doubt that going to the Holy City was going to be dangerous. Her men could not face a trained enemy on its own. She would have to fold it in with more seasoned troops once they reached Elokar's main army. She still wasn't certain how they were going to persuade a tyrant not to destroy them. Several things kept her from turning the army around. First was the fact that Aniazer had sent them a messenger. A man more confident about his chances probably wouldn't have bothered with a warning. That meant that Aniazer was at least a little worried. He couldn't know how inexperienced Jasnah's troops were. Perhaps he saw only their numbers and didn't relish fighting them. Perhaps he would let them camp near his city and await Taln's return. However, even if Aniazer didn't attack, her second reason for continuing would come into play. They couldn't turn around. They didn't have enough food to reach Kholinar. In fact, their supplies wouldn't even last them to the Alethkar border. The small fortune she had requisitioned in Marcabe had been expended, the last few gems spent in a town 2 days back. Soon, their resources would be gone. And once that happened, Jasnah had no idea what she would do. They rode toward the fortified stronghold of a ruthless despot. They had lost their unifying leader and finest warrior, and they were almost out of food. In the face of such challenges, Jasnah found hope elusive indeed. Lon could preach all he wished, but the facts were grim. At best, she would have to disband the army, giving each man a bit of food to last him on his own. She didn't know how she herself was going to reach Kholinar. Hopefully, the messengers we sent from Marcabe reached Elokar, she thought, one depressed evening. For I'm certainly not going to get to him in time to bring word.
Talanel, Elin, "He who is called Stone Sinew, the soldier, the eternal warrior. He appeared to you, to us, and gathered us."
The speaker was an older man, clothed in a dusty red suncoat and a pair of trousers that might have once been white. He wore a beard, which was far more common in the wilds of Rimac than it was in Alethkar, and carried a spear that bore some traces of ornate trim. His wide nose was flared with passion, his eyes wild, as he spoke before a crowd of soldiers in the evening darkness.
"I hear some of you whisper that he has abandoned us," the old man called. "But this is an obvious falsehood. We know the heralds are always with us, as the winds and the stones themselves. He travelled with us for a short time, for it is promised that the heralds must return on occasion. Indeed, you heard him warn of such things. He came to gather an army, which he did. We are his, to do his duty."
"Who is he?" Jasna asked quietly. She stood with Vinda at the periphery of the gathered crowd. The would-be prophet had drawn a fairly large group, at least 100 people. He stood beside a bonfire of his own making, though Jasna didn't remember requisitioning him any of their precious wood supplies.
"He calls himself Janelken, my lady,"
Vinda explained. Jasna raised an eyebrow. The name meant Gift of the Heralds. She didn't recognize him, but there were now many faces in the army that she didn't know.
"He claims that before Talinel left, he granted Janelken his mantle of leadership,"
Vinda explained quietly.
"He claims to be able to hear the words of the heralds on the winds, and says it is his duty to speak for them. He hasn't gone so far as to claim that command of the army should be his, but—"
"He probably isn't far away from it," Jasna said. "You were right to bring this to my attention."
"You would have heard of him soon anyway," Vinda said. "I didn't realize that he had gathered such a following."
Jasna frowned. Kemnar would never have let the situation come so far. He would have dealt with this Janelken quickly, the moment the man even displayed a potential for treason. Vinda, however, was not Kemnar. At least the man had the presence of mind to recognize the danger. If this self-proclaimed prophet convinced enough of the Elinra believers to support him, he could conceivably overthrow Meridas's command, regardless of title or shardblade. Jasna gritted her teeth at what she had to do next. She could not quiet this man on her own, not now that he was so popular, or at least, without Kemnar she couldn't do so as quickly as was required. She would have to do something unpleasant. "Come," Jasna said. "We need to bring this to Lord Meridas's attention." Meridas had acquired himself a tent a few towns back. She didn't know what he'd traded for it. She certainly hadn't given him any gemstones. He hadn't thought to get one for her, though he had mentioned with a leering smile that she was welcome to come and share it with him any time she wished. 2 guards stood at the tent's entrance, and they watched her approach with wary eyes. They reflected Meridas's newest method of subverting her. His oath required him to follow her commands, but only inasmuch as she could give them to him. If he barred her entry to his presence, she couldn't make him do what she said. The guards straightened their postures as she stopped in front of the tent. She could easily read their orders from their faces. She was not to be admitted. "Tell Lord Meridas," she said loudly, almost shouting, "that I command him to let me see him." The men flushed at the idea of a lady commanding their general. Jasna stood back, folding her arms, waiting. The guards made no move to relay her message, but that didn't matter. After several heartbeats, an annoyed voice came from inside the tent.
"Let her enter,"
Meridas snapped. Jasna smiled. Even dishonest Aleth noblemen considered themselves honorable, a fact which she had exploited on more than one occasion. The guards parted as Yasna brushed past, though they didn't give Venda leave to enter behind her. The inside of the tent was lit by a single lantern burning a weak flame. At least he understood the need to conserve. The tent itself was hardly lavish, without rugs or cushions, only the thick Shenna walls. Meridas himself sat on a barrel, using one of the emptied pull carts as a table, upon which he studied Kemnar's map of the landscape. He looked up as she entered. His clothing was showing signs of misuse. For the first time, she realized how grateful she was for Taln's insistence upon her practical clothing. Her sencoat and trousers, designed for travel, were sturdy and colored to mask stains. Now that water for washing was more plentiful, she'd been able to keep them clean and in good repair. Meridas's once fine outfit, however, was well worn. Though sea silk was hardy, several of his tassels were torn, and the cuffs of his trousers were frayed. The bright red color highlighted the crom stains from high storms and from sleeping on the ground. "Well?" Meridas asked with annoyance. "You realize your little display outside is going to weaken morale? It won't do for the men to see their commander bowing to the whims of a female. Hopefully they will just see it as a man indulging his betrothed." "You left me little choice," Yasna said, folding her arms and rebuffing his scorn. "I had to see you. There's an Elinra prophet in the camp, preaching that he's the real leader of the army." Meridas waved a dismissive hand. "I know," he said, turning back to his map. "Is that all?" "Well, what are you going to do?" Yasna asked. "About the prophet?" Meridas asked. "Nothing. You may go." Yasna clenched her jaw. "You will lose control, Meridas. I have little fondness for your leadership, but letting you command is better than giving the army up completely. You have to move to counter this man. Discipline him publicly, perhaps even execute him." Meridas shook his head. "The man is irrelevant. We will reach Jorvan soon." "All right," Yasna said. "And what do you plan to do about that? What do we do if Aniezer attacks? The scouts report flat landscape ahead, giving us little opportunity for cover. If Aniezer has archers, then we'll need to—" Meridas held up a hand, silencing her with a suffering glance. "It is under control," he said. Yasna flushed. The implication was obvious. If he didn't give her information, she couldn't command him to do other than what he planned. Fortunately, that tactic depended upon her remaining ignorant. "Meridas," Yasna said evenly, "I command you to tell me what you are planning." His eyes flashed with frustration. Finally, he waved her toward a second sitting barrel. "Fine," he snapped. "I will hold to my bargain, woman, though there is little reason now that the madman is gone." "The bargain was from my hand, not his," Yasna said, not sitting. "His absence doesn't affect what is between us. Your plans, Meridas?" "I've heard of this Lord Aniezer, though I have never traded with him personally," Meridas said. "He is not a man to be regarded with any levity. He is said to maintain a standing force of nearly 3,000 men, all well armed. If a city defies him, he has no qualms slaughtering half its population to bring the other half into line. He exacts heavy tributes on his cities and suffers no dissent." Yasna felt her heart drop at the description. "There is no trading with him, then?" "Of course there is," Meridas said dismissively. "His control over the area and its caravans proves he is a man of logical rulership. He understands the line between domination and destruction, and knows how to retain leadership in a chaotic land. He is indeed a man who can be bargained with, assuming one has something he wants, of which we have nothing," Yasna said. "On the contrary," Meridas replied, "we have something he wants very much. He often sends raiding parties to collect recruits
for the garnet mines he controls just to the north of Joravan. He also supplies labor to other cities in the wilderness.
Labor? Yasna asked. You mean slaves?
Meridas shrugged. I only know that we have brought him a very nice selection of workers. Most of them will be useless to us. The mercenaries and veterans we can bring to Alethkar, but the romantic zealots and the alms-seekers are only a bother. We can probably shed a good 600 to 700 members of the group without much loss.
Despite herself, Yasna felt her legs quiver slightly. You are a monster, she hissed. These people trust us. You would sell them as slaves to a tyrant.
Meridas regarded her with hard eyes. He held up a finger.
Do not lecture me, woman.
Since this expedition began, you have ignored my counsel. I would have led us to safety in Kholinar. Instead, you saw fit to meander through a dead land following the whims of a lunatic.
No, Meridas interrupted. You will listen, woman. You gathered these people. You used them, lied to them, and manipulated them. You let them believe that the madman was a herald. You have led them to the fangs of a warlord and are now trying to coax them inside his mouth. What did you think to do? Fight Aniezer? Stand against his 3,000?
We could disband, Yasna said.
And send the people to die, Meridas said.
We have no food, woman. These are Stormlands, not some fertile lake. If you abandon the people now, where will they go? The cities we've passed have no food for them. Those you send off on their own will starve before they find a place that can support them.
Meridas leaned forward, looking her in the eye.
You killed this people, Yasna. I will save them. They will be slaves, yes, but they will live. Besides, Aniezer treats his laborers fairly. They have food, which is more than can be said of most people in this wind-cursed land.
Yasna sank down onto the sitting barrel, stunned, Meridas's accusations repeating in her mind. He let her sit there for a few moments before continuing.
You will say nothing, of course, he said, not looking up from his map. It will be difficult to get the army into a position where it can be dismantled and safely turned over. But leave that to me. We should reach Joravan sometime tomorrow, and I assume that Aniezer will confront us before then. By the evening of the next day, I plan to have horses and proper supplies, then make good time for Kholinar.
There must be a better way, Meridas, Yasna said.
If you think of one, then I will be very surprised, the man replied. He glanced over at her. No more complaints about my foolishness? I thought not. The problem with you, Yasna, is that you have always underestimated me. That is one flaw your madman did not display, which was why I was happy to see him go.
And if he returns? Yasna demanded, surprising herself by asking the question. She looked Meridas in the eyes. When Taln comes back, do you really think he will let you betray this people?
Meridas paused, showing the faintest flash of uncertainty. He studied her eyes. Slowly his hesitance was replaced with a self-satisfied smile. You know he's not coming back, no matter what you say. I can see the truth in your eyes, Yasna. You think he is dead. He won't let me betray this people? Why not, when he has already betrayed you? Meridas shook his head, turning back to his map. Your brother always said you thought yourself far more clever than you are, he noted. I see good evidence of that trait. It is a good thing I like your face. Otherwise I would seriously reconsider this union. He studied the map for a moment longer before waving at her with an off-handed gesture. You may go. Prepare yourself. It has been 4 days. and there will likely be a high storm this night. Yasna huddled in the screaming darkness. She crouched in a nook between two touching boulders, the cloth of her canopy stretched a few inches overhead to form a slight barrier between herself and the storm. Even still, water streamed from 10 different slits and cracks, soaking her with its chill fingers. Wind whipped and buffeted the canvas, blowing across her sodden form, making her shiver anew with each passing. "It will end," she told herself miserably. "It's a summer storm. It will be quick, no longer than an hour." Future comfort was little consolation in the face of the cold wind, however. Her teeth chattered with a pathetic sound, her hair matted to her head as she pushed herself farther into the stone crack, though the boulders retained little warmth. "Think of the men outside," she reminded herself. "They don't even have the meager protection of your canopy. They're wrapped in their bedrolls, if they even have one, suffering far more than you." Thoughts of the men, however, only reminded her of Meridas's intentions. On the morrow, the majority of them would be sold into permanent servitude. The one thing they retained in their pitiful lives, their freedom, would be taken away. Meridas wouldn't even get a good deal for them. The despot Aniezer could probably demand slaves from the villages he controlled, and would have little shortage of workers. Yet Yasna did not doubt Meridas would be able to bargain for his own freedom. Even if Aniezer held the upper hand, he would be a fool to fight and lose trained soldiers when he could simply ride away with the enemy army under his control. How had she gotten herself into such a situation? What was she doing in the wilds, suffering before an open high storm, waiting to betray those who followed her? She had assumed herself competent because of her experience in the Prelir Wars and with the courts of Alethkar. Now that she had true control, however, she had led her followers nearly to their dooms. Meridas was right. She had failed. The reason was obvious. She shouldn't have listened to Taln. Shortly before, she had spoken bold words about the madman's return, but Meridas had seen through them. Taln wasn't coming back, and why should she hope for him to? Giving heed to Taln's judgment had brought her to disaster. Why? Why was she such a fool? She knew he was mad, and yet she gave him leave to do virtually whatever he wished. She had also made too many concessions to Meridas. He had been the first one to bring unnecessary troops along, simply because he wanted to wrestle command from her, and foolishly she had given him leave. Politics was a game of compromise and balance. Commanding troops, however, required absolute strength and no concessions. She had played one as if it were the other, never understanding the difference, and now she had failed. The wind curled around her stones, pulling up the cloth and spraying her with a fresh burst of rain. She couldn't even blame her failure on Taln, not with any seriousness. He couldn't help himself. He had proven that he could not distinguish between reality and fiction. He truly thought that the Holy City would hold a solution to their problems. She should have been more clear-headed. Taln had pulled her along with his delusions despite her resistance, and now he was dead. The storm finally blew itself out, the rains falling slack, and the wind slowing to a slight breeze. Yasna remained curled in her makeshift tent, back pressed against the uncomfortable stone, face and body draped by the thick canopy cloth. Chill water trickled down her face. She had to find another way. She had to think. She couldn't let Meridas sell the people that had come to the army, men who had come answering her subtle prompting. She had been the one to encourage Taln's reputation, the one determined to manipulate his madness into giving her an army. The people were her responsibility. Taln was dead, but he was not the only one that could resist Meridas.
She would find a way. Perhaps... Yasna paused, suddenly coming alert. She had heard something that sounded like hoofbeats. The camp was under attack. She threw off her cloth covering, spraying droplets of rainwater into the night air, and scrambled to her feet. Her intended call of warning, however, never left her throat. Yasna froze, staring at the monstrous creature that stood before her in the darkness. It seemed to absorb the starlight, a massive black scar, darker even than the sky behind it. It stood twice her height, and a pair of twisting wings billowed in the air behind it, their motion a furtive and abstract black upon black. The body was a bulbous mass, indistinct, with strangely placed limbs. She could make out no details, but she could feel that it was there. The thing seemed to pull upon her, weakening her, taking her life and replacing it with awful, horrifying despair. Fear wouldn't let her scream. It wouldn't even let her shiver. Stories she'd heard since childhood, stories that frightened even the aged, told of the death that came with high storms. Demons, Ruthen, storm shades. A light sputtered to life a short distance away, one of her guards lighting a lantern. The illumination dispelled both darkness and imagination, taking away the fear and replacing it with reality. The light revealed no monster, but instead a man, sitting on horseback, his cloak fluttering in the wind behind him. His head was bowed slightly, leaving the eyes and face darkened, but she recognized the powerful, lean body and the shard blade tied at the horse's flank. "Taln," she whispered. He seemed tired. His body slumped in the saddle slightly, and when he looked up, his face was wearied. His eyes were dark with something beyond lack of light, and the weak illumination left his face pocked and haunted with shadows. He turned, sliding out of the saddle and landing firmly on the wet stone, despite his obvious fatigue, then reached over and twisted the shard blade, allowing the supernaturally sharp edge to slice away its own bonds. He turned, standing before her. A short distance away, the guard set down his lantern, then ran to spread the news. Taln stared down at her, half of his face hidden in darkness. Standing before her as he was, he seemed massive, like a boulder, not a man. She reached a hand forward toward him, but stopped. She pulled the arm back against her sodden chest. "It is done," Taln said quietly. "What?" Yasna asked. "Those who followed no longer hunt this people." Yasna shivered within her wet clothing. For the first time she noticed that Taln's outfit was colored with irregular darkness. Bloodstains. His face was smeared with something that looked like soot, though most of it had washed away in the storm. "You fought them all?" Yasna asked. 1,000 men? Taln smiled, the weak expression eerie in the darkness. "No," he said. "Herald I may be, but I have the body of a man. With my powers and with a small passway to defend, perhaps I could have fought them, for a time. Without either, I had to use other methods. The ones that still live will not continue the chase." On the other side of the camp, lights winked to life as people woke. The stir seemed to be going too quickly. Pieces of the camp were awakening that couldn't possibly have gotten the news yet. "What?" she asked. "That will be Kemnar," Taln said, stepping away from her and seating himself on one of her boulders with a deep sigh. "With the horses and our captive." "Captive?" Yasna asked. "Go and see," Taln said. He no longer seemed dark or menacing, only exhausted, like a man who bore some great weight. He looked up at her, and for the first time since his arrival, she saw in him the man she had known. "Go ahead," he said. "I'll be fine. I just need to rest." Yasna nodded, though she was hesitant to leave him. The irrational side of her worried that he wouldn't be there when she returned. She forced herself into motion, ignoring the cold winds and her numb, shivering body. She hurried across the camp, seeking out the source of the far disturbance. As she did so, she heard ecstatic calls of, "The Herald has returned!" She had to force herself not to join in the celebrations. Taln had returned. That didn't, of course, mean that her problems had been fixed. They were still out of food, and they were still marching toward a hostile army 4 times their size. But suddenly everything seemed easier to face. It was silly, she knew, but never had she been so happy to be proven wrong. There were about 2 10-set horses in all. Yasna found them at the edge of the camp. Kemnar stood nearby, carefully giving a group of soldiers instructions on equine care. He smiled when he saw her, then turned back to his explanation. All of the animals bore saddles and saddlebags, but none of them bore mounts, save one. As soon as she saw him, she realized why Kemnar was having so much trouble keeping the other soldiers' attention. The newcomer wore black. His features were obviously inhuman, which meant he had been an awakener for a long time indeed. His face was sharp and too linear. Like most awakeners, it was hard to distinguish specific differences between his face and those of a regular person. The fine edges of his features, such as the nose and eyes, were just too distinct. The smoothed parts, such as the cheeks, were too smooth. He didn't blink. In fact, he didn't even move. Not a muscle twitched as he sat, looking toward Kemnar. And then he was looking at her. Yasna started. The man hadn't seemed to move at all. Instead, it was as if he had simply ceased to be in one location and appeared in a second. He sat there, staring at her for a long moment, drawing her attention so soundly that she jumped when Kemnar touched her elbow. "Unnerving, eh?" he asked. "I can never catch him moving, even if I'm looking at him when he does. It's like he isn't real, but a series of paintings of a person, each in a slightly different position." Yasna nodded. The creature was still staring at her. "Where?" "He was with the Vaden army," Kemnar said. "That's how they moved so quickly. They didn't have to carry food with them, or even stop to gather water. Taln's saddlebags carry a sack of emeralds as big as your head, and mine carry another one filled with zircons." Kemnar paused, and when he continued, she could hear discomfort in his voice. "Convenient way to travel, I guess, if you can put up with the company. Those things are—" He trailed off, his voice becoming guilty. "He'd forgotten that I'm one of them." She forced herself to turn from the creature, instead looking at Kemnar. He was a bit ragged and tired from a long ride, but overall he looked well. He'd let his beard get a little longer than he usually did, but there was an excited twinkle in his eyes. "You have news," she said. "What happened out there? What did he do to the invaders?" "I don't know everything," Kemnar said, "but I can guess." "Why don't you know for certain?" Yasna asked. "Weren't you with him?" Kemnar shook his head as the two of them backed away from the ring of torches and the men caring for the newly acquired horses. "No," he continued. "Taln lost me the second day of our travels. He was gone when I woke up. Do you have any idea how hard it is to track a single person in the Stormlands? Fortunately, I knew the general direction of the army. I found them, but
What? Yasna prompted. Well, Kemnar said. Everything seemed normal, and there was no sign of Taln. The army stopped for the night, and I made my own camp a short ways back. That night there was a disturbance. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I talked to some deserters a few days later. Apparently, someone had killed every single one of the guards on watch that night. He left the bodies decapitated beside their watch posts, with strange patterns carved into the ground around them. I saw some of these when I followed the army the next day. Taln obviously cut them with his shard blade, but the army didn't know that. They only saw eerie patterns in the stone, odd things that looked kind of like glyphs, but somehow not quite right. Yasna frowned. He was trying to scare them? Kemnar smiled in the wan light. Yes, and it worked. Each night, Taln killed every man set on watch, until they began to set their watches closer and closer and set more and more men up at night. That, however, only made the army more tired when it marched the next day, slowing it considerably. Then Taln started killing the scouts and their horses, too. Soon no one wanted to ride point, and the scouts they did send always stayed within view of the army. This slowed them even further since they couldn't watch for gullies or washouts. If they sent out patrols to villages, those patrols never returned. If anyone went to the privy alone at night, they were found beheaded when morning came. By the fourth day, the desertions began, and Taln let them leave without being killed. Well, that probably didn't help morale any, and soon the Vadens had to set watches on their own men. Taln even got into camp sometimes and killed these watches, though I don't know how he did it unseen. Kemnar stopped. And? Yasna said. And that's all I know, he confessed. The next night, he found me and told me not to follow any more. He gave me a few horses that he had stolen, kept one for himself, and told me to stay where I was. He said that if he didn't return in 3 days, I was to ride and find you and tell you what I knew. And you did what he commanded? Yasna asked with annoyance. You stayed there? My lady, Kemnar said flatly. He was not in a mood to be disobeyed. I thought it wise to accommodate him. Yasna paused, thinking back to the dark, unnerving expression Taln had borne when he first arrived back in camp. All right, she said. There's little we can do about it now. What happened then? He returned, I assume? Kemnar nodded. There was a high storm late the next evening. That was 4 days ago. And he found me a day later. He led a group of horses, one of them bearing the Awakener. When I asked him about the army, he simply said that it would follow us no more. Yasna folded her arms in dissatisfaction. Kemnar looked away guiltily, and she really saw, for the first time, how tired he was. Go and get something warm to eat, she told him. Then get some rest. I'll deal with Talanel. Kemnar smiled. Thank you, my lady, he said, bowing. Then he disappeared into the night. Yasna stood, watching the men remove saddles and hobble the horses, another bringing grain for the beasts to eat. The Awakener climbed down from his mount, and it was as Kemnar had said. He didn't seem to move. It was as if with him, her eyes didn't work. They registered him as if she were blinking rapidly, only catching sight of him for brief glimpses, each one freezing him mid-motion. Yet he changed positions from sitting horseback to standing beside the animal. He just did it without any apparent motion. Yasna shivered as she watched, though this time it really was from the cold. Her sodden clothing was plastered to her skin. It probably wouldn't dry until it got sunlight the next day. Suddenly, someone set a cloak on her shoulders. It was wet, too, but was still warm from the body that had worn it, and her skin relished the delightful heat. It was far too big for her. "He's a Taln Pole," Taln said from beside her, looking at the Awakener. "The essence, stone. He's only moderately strong, but he should be able to make enough grain to keep the army fed, at least on half rations. It would be unwise to overtax him."
Jasnah pulled the cloak tighter. Taln looked down at her, meeting her eyes, and smiled. The shadows she had seen in him before were still there, but they were masked now.
"I'll tell you," he said, obviously noting the question in her eyes. "But not right now. Later."
She sighed. "Very well." He nodded thankfully. She looked down, away from his face. "Taln, I didn't think you would return. I assumed you were dead, that whatever you had planned, it had failed. I told Meridas otherwise, but he saw the truth in me. I didn't trust you." She didn't know why she spoke. Her words sounded foolish in her ears, yet she felt a need to somehow explain herself, to expose what now seemed like such a betrayal. He chuckled.
"I half expected to die myself," he said. "Almost did, actually. But then I felt it."
"It?" Jasnah asked. Taln held up his blade, his own sword, the one he had taken back from Meridas the night before he left.
"The presence of my brethren," he said. "I feel them through the sword. They're here, Jasnah, ahead in the holy city. They're waiting for me. I couldn't die, not until I had found them and knew they would see to your safety."
He raised his head, nodding toward the camp.
"To all of your safety."
Jasnah frowned. He obviously still held to his delusions. And yet, she had thought that Lan was delusional for saying that Taln would survive. She looked up at Taln. So humble, yet so strong. So innocent, yet still intelligent. Could she trust without believing? For a moment she was almost willing to do so. "What would they be doing there?" she asked. "Your brethren, I mean. Joravan is ruled by a tyrant."
"Someone controls the holy city?"
Taln asked. Jasnah nodded. "He calls himself Lord Aniezer, and he claims to rule the surrounding area, dominating the nearby towns." Taln frowned.
"He has an army, then?"
"A large one," Jasnah said. "At least for a single city, and for a despot in Rimac." Taln nodded knowingly.
"That makes sense. This wouldn't be the first time we've been forced to work with undesirable allies, assuming there were no others to be found."
"It's going to be difficult to get you into the city," Jasnah warned.
"We'll manage it,"
Taln said, smiling. She smiled, then paused, her logical side giving whispered warning. "Taln," she finally said, "remember your promise. If they aren't there, if, for some reason, we don't find the heralds, you said you'd return with me to Alethkar." Taln just shook his head. He reached out, touching her lightly on the shoulder, and Jasnah felt herself blush slightly.
"Ah, Lady Colin," he said. "Someday you're going to have to lose that skepticism of yours. We'll find them, you'll see. You're just going to have to learn to trust me."
"Trust me." His hand remained on her shoulder, almost tender in its touch. Finally, she just shook her head. "Well," she said, "we shall see. For now, let's take you to Meridas. I wouldn't want to miss his expression when he sees for himself that you have returned from the dead."
Chapter 69 Dalinar 6. Each boy Dalinar struck down seemed to have the face of one of his sons. Arador died 10 set times before him, his eyes those of every shard-bearer Dalinar slew. Poor Renarin seemed to be every frightened spearman, boys with lives and loves, but whose worth was rendered as naught because they couldn't face a shardblade. Even Shenaris, now years dead, appeared in the proud faces of the noblemen Dalinar fought. Dalinar killed them anyway. This was war. This was death. Through most of the Perleer campaign, he had remained at the command tower, directing the carnage from afar. This time he could not stay back. He could not order his soldiers to kill their cousins and brothers while he rested far from the terrible work. So he fought amidst them, Shardblade making the air red with his guilt. He killed 10 sets of men. He fought with the horrible full capacity of a shard-bearer, a warrior virtually untouchable by regular troops. And yet that didn't stop them. The men were Aleth's soldiers, well-trained and disciplined. They attacked with coordination, knowing that it was occasionally possible for a group of 20 to pull down a shard-bearer, then slip past his armor with knives or spearheads. They knew that if someone didn't face Dalinar, he would simply cut through their ranks, decimating them anyway. And so they died. Occasionally, one of Elhokar's remaining shard-bearers would appear to challenge Dalinar, and a duel would follow. Dalinar followed protocol, but it was a dirty battlefield kind of protocol. He had slain 5 shard-bearers before the afternoon sun was overhead, most of them young men who had, just months before, fought for honor in the dueling competition. Dalinar faced courtly acquaintances, distant cousins, and even friends. These were the worst, for he knew some of them to be men of honor, men who believed that it was their duty to follow the throne regardless of the king's actions. Dalinar understood their decision. In slightly different circumstances, he knew he would be with them, fighting at Elhokar's side. He killed them. Somewhere near late afternoon, he began to lose the melancholy reticence that had afflicted him for most of the Perleer campaign. Old spirits awakened, passions that were a memory of the old Dalinar, the man before he became known as Tyrant Bane, the man who had slain hundreds on the battlefield and had enjoyed every moment of it. As afternoon passed, he began to fight with fury instead of shame. Within his heart he knew that this war was not about duty. He spoke of Elhokar's offenses and inability to lead, but the would-be honor within Dalinar would not accept those reasonings. As the anger came free, giving him strength once simple resolve tired, Dalinar was forced to admit that this was no war of justice. It was a war of vengeance. As evening approached, it became increasingly obvious who would win this day. Elhokar had suffered massive desertions the 2 nights before the battle, and while many had not joined with Dalinar instead, some had, including a fair number of shard-bearers. Elhokar's towers fell early in the battle, as per Dalinar's battle orders, and Dalinar's shard-bearers put heavy pressure on the infantry, forcing Elhokar to commit his own shard-bearers to duels. By noon, the forces were balanced. By early evening, Dalinar held a strong advantage. Without men to duel them, Dalinar's shard-bearers sheared through the regular troops almost unhindered. Elhokar would not surrender. Dalinar had known that the boy wouldn't, and within the fury, Dalinar didn't really care. He remained rational. He hadn't entered a mindless frenzy. Yet he could kill without pain. Guilt and questioning were fed to the anger, allowing Dalinar to continue without their annoying buzzings. The old, frightening joy returned. The thrill of a perfect battle, the excitement of facing a foe and proving yourself his better. It wasn't about fair contests or duels. It was about destroying, and knowing the power of having destroyed. And then he saw Echothan. His friend's light blue shardplate ran red with the blood of his enemies, many of whom lay in pieces at his feet. The ground was damp and pooling with the lives of the fallen, and Echothan swept through a squad of heavy infantrymen, his blade easily cutting down the well-armored men, whose bulk made for difficult maneuvering. Echothan smiled as he fought. Dalinar knew that smile. He felt its strength within himself. Yet when he saw the pleasure in Echothan's eyes, something shattered within Dalinar. He stopped mid-swing, though his honor guard quickly finished off the man he had been about to kill. Dalinar lowered his blade and looked down at his blood-stained armor, then at the bodies around him. Auridor, Renarin, and Shenaris looked back at him again.
"I cannot do this," he thought sickly. "I cannot be this man again."
He stood for a moment, suddenly feeling old, sore, and impossibly tired. Then he raised his blade and pointed toward Echothan, indicating for his honor guard to meld with those of the Cardanar Lord. Echothan gave Dalinar a broad smile as he approached.
"I feel alive again, Dalinar," he said, "like before everything went wrong, before the traitor, Pralir, and that fool boy took the throne."
Dalinar could not express the disgust he felt for his old friend at that moment. He knew, however, that he had to reserve an equal portion of that same disgust for himself.
"The battle is going too long," Dalinar said over the din of fighting.
Was it really that loud, or were his ears simply ringing after countless yet ineffective strikes to his helm?
"We have obviously won the day. Elhokar needs to surrender."
"I don't think he intends to," Echothan replied. Dalinar shook his head, scanning the battlefield.
"I don't intend to kill every lad here, Echothan. These are our people. Their only fault is loyalty to their king. Perhaps if we pull back, there will be more desertions tonight."
"Pull back?" Echothan asked, waving for his honor guard to form a perimeter so the lords could continue talking. It was a barely necessary gesture. Few squads of men were willing to attack a pair of shard-bearers who seemed to have no intent on killing for the moment.
"Retreat, when we're winning so soundly?" Echothan asked. "Dalinar, you know as I do that we need to continue. The victory must be decisive. Otherwise those factions loyal to your nephew might get ideas a few years down the line."
Dalinar looked up toward the sun. There were still several hours of daylight remaining, and Echothan was probably right. Show weakness now, when his reign was beginning, and Dalinar might have to fight another war soon thereafter.
"You're already calling it your reign," he realized. "What of Arden? What of your promise to abdicate when the boy reaches age?"
"It must be done, Dalinar," Echothan said. "You must be firm, at least until we find and dispatch Elhokar. I'm surprised he hasn't sought you out, actually."
"So am I,"
Dalinar said with a frown. Striking out to duel Dalinar directly was exactly the sort of brash move he had expected from Elhokar.
"Perhaps the boy's more clever than we give him credit," Dalinar said. "He's fought with me for years, and I with him. He'll know what I expect him to do. That in itself is good enough reason not to do it."
Echothan shrugged, then sighed slightly, stretching an arm where the shard plate was scarred from a duel. While the light of destruction had not completely left Echothan's eyes, it had abated somewhat. By unspoken agreement, the two lords commanded their honor guards to lead them back to safety, where they could rest for a time and reassess the battle strategies. At their mobile camp, a short distance away, Dalinar was pleased to find that his engineers had managed to right one of the captured towers. As Echothan went to replace his tarnished pauldron with a spare off a man he had killed, Dalinar forced himself to climb the ladder up 3 flights to the top of the tower. He ignored salutes, feeling his fatigue as he made his way to the front of the tower and scanned the visible battlefield. The war was going even more poorly for Elhokar than he had assumed below. The king's forces were boxed together with only marginal chances for a retreat, and Dalinar's forces were making headway on the 4th flank.
"You foolish, foolish boy," he thought with a sigh.
What had gone wrong? How had the child turned out so differently from the father? Was it because Nolonarin had been absent so often, campaigning to restore Alethkar's borders? Had it been because of his obvious favoritism of Yasna? Despite his reverence for the fallen man, Dalinar was forced to admit the grand flaw of his brother's reign. Somehow, the great king had failed his kingdom in a way more subtle than he would have ever acknowledged. By ignoring his heir, Nolhanaran had left his people with a failure for a king.
"That boy just doesn't know when he's beaten,"
Echothan said, clumping across the tower top. He stepped up beside Dalinar, handing over a water skin. Dalinar took a long drink. He was tempted to wash the blood free from his armor, but it seemed a futile gesture. More would simply follow.
"Perhaps I could make him an offer," Dalinar said. "His surrender in exchange for banishment."
"So he could raise an army to come get back his throne?" Echothan asked. Dalinar shook his head. His musings were simply that. He knew what needed to be done. He moved to go. There were still men he had to kill. As he turned, however, he promised himself one reserved vow. He would not enjoy the killing. The men he slew deserved that much, at least. Echothan didn't follow. Dalinar turned, frowning at his friend.
"You coming?"
Echothan didn't respond. He leaned against the tower rail, squinting.
"Dalinar, do you see something there, to the southwest?"
Dalinar paused, then walked back up to join his friend. He followed the gesture.
"There is something there," he realized.
It looked like a shadow, but there were no clouds in the sky.
"An army," Echothan breathed. "By the Almighty, that's why he keeps fighting. He's managed to get reinforcements from somewhere."
Dalinar cursed, realizing Echothan was right. He pulled off his helm, wiping his brow as he called for aides and messengers. He would not be returning to the battlefield any time soon. Reinforcements changed their battle plan severely, and he would need to direct troop reassignments.
"How many would you say?"
Echothan asked. Dalinar looked up from the piecemeal battle map thrown together by his scouts. The new army was close now. It was moving at a very quick march. Only an hour had passed since Echothan had pointed it out, but it was already nearing the battlefield.
"I don't know,"
Dalinar said somberly.
"Looks like at least 40,000 by scout reports."
Echothan whistled softly. The Carden Lord had removed his helm and gauntlets and stood with his bald head exposed. He had wiped most of the blood away.
"Don't forget," Dalinar said, turning back to the map. "You're the one who persuaded me to do this in the first place. You're not allowed to get timid now."
"Oh, I'm not worried," Echothan assured with a smile.
"I just want to make certain we have an accurate count for when the ballads are sung."
Dalinar snorted, but he could feel little mirth at the comment. The reports were not good. His men were tired and wounded. Their retreat would be slow. He had lost nearly a third of his force, and while Elhokar had suffered far worse, that wouldn't matter now. Dalinar's troops could not stand against 3-to-1 odds, especially if the reinforcement army hadn't been marching long. The only option was to do what Elhokar had not. Dalinar had cursed the boy's pride in not surrendering, but now the situation was reversed. If Dalinar gave himself up, most of his men would undoubtedly be spared. Elhokar would need them too much, considering the losses he had suffered. Only Dalinar, and probably his generals, shard-bearers, and high lords, would need die. Echothan obviously saw the look in Dalinar's eyes.
"There's not going to be a ballad about this day, is there?"
"Not unless it's one with a very depressing ending," Dalinar said. "We'll try a retreat, but it took us too long to disengage. They'll give chase and they'll catch us. After that..." Echothan nodded. "You will flee," Dalinar said. "Elhokar won't dare invade Cardenar, not with so little resources. You should..."
"Dalinar," Echothan said softly, "we both know that Elhokar is not the type to forgive a grudge. He'll come for me eventually, and he'll take my family too. If I go now, then he will probably leave them alone."
Dalinar nodded. He looked up from the map and out over his forces. They had come to serve the tyrant Bane. They had come for justice, but had found failure. Now they knew the truth about him, the truth he had been hiding for over 15 years. He hadn't ever intended his secret to be manifest quite so dramatically, but he probably deserved it. No man was to take a kingship upon himself. Though he had acted in the supposed name of justice, he had violated the strongest and most revered tenet of the Way of Kings. He had become a conqueror. The reinforcement army arrived. Dalinar made the orders for official retreat. He had begun the process as quickly as possible, but the main body of troops hadn't been ready until just moments before. As he stood, watching his people withdraw, he noticed something. Elhokar's forces weren't moving to meet with the reinforcements. It was a strange move. They should have retreated as soon as possible to join the larger force, lest Dalinar make a desperate strike to try and capture Elhokar before the reinforcements could arrive to help. Yet Elhokar kept his forces together in their defensive block. Though they were a distance away, they didn't look like a force welcoming long-awaited allies. Dalinar's frown deepened.
Do we know who they are yet?
Echothan shook his head.
The only thing we know about them is that they're winds cursed good at killing scouts.
The reinforcements began fanning out into an offensive line, preparing to curl around Elhokar's forces. Dalinar watched, slowly comprehending.
Those aren't reinforcements,
Dalinar said. Echothan didn't need to be told. He was already watching the Third Army, as were the scribes and messengers on the tower top.
By the Almighty,
Echothan said with relief.
They've come to help us, not Elhokar. Who are they?
Dalinar sensed a wrongness.
No,
he said with growing understanding.
No, Echothan. They aren't here to help us. I should have realized. 40,000 men? That's not the size of an unnoticed reinforcing party.
I want messengers out now, Dalinar bellowed. Split our forces. Leave a column in the center for Elhokar to retreat through us. Send light cavalry to harry the newcomers and double-pace the retreat. Echothan frowned.
What?
He asked as the messengers jumped into motion.
What is this?
Dalinar shook his head.
Those aren't reinforcements for either side, old friend. Alethkar has been invaded.
Elhokar's forces were hesitant to accept aid, but that was only natural considering its source. Eventually, the king was forced to make the best of two unenviable decisions. If Dalinar's forces betrayed him, then he would die. If he stayed, he would die. Better to hope upon the honor of his uncle and the danger of a common enemy. Dalinar watched the retreat, determined to stay atop the broken tower as long as was safe. Fortunately, the invaders hadn't been given full time to spread out their army, and a retreat was still possible.
But who are they?
Dalinar thought, trepidation increasing. He feared he knew the answer. Months ago, on the stormlands of Pralir, another phantom army had appeared. It had left thousands of men dead in its wake, then disappeared into the uncivilized wilderness of the east. Ranta, the rebels of Pralir, had apparently decided to bring their fight to Alethkar. But where had they gathered such an army? Scout reports were sparse, there was too much chaos, and the invaders' army had obviously been keeping careful watch for spies. However, early reports said that the enemy was amazingly well equipped with full squadrons of heavy infantry and archers. No towers, but such would have been difficult to move stealthily. Dalinar shook his head. He should have known better. This was the price of internal squabbling. This is why Bajerdin warned against the lords of a kingdom taking up arms against one another. At their strength, even after Pralir, the Aleth forces would have had little difficulty facing an army of 40,000. Now, however, they were a shattered and wounded group.
"Keep that eastern flank moving,"
Dalinar ordered, waving toward the messengers. One man jumped into motion, climbing down the tower to deliver the order. The order would go to men who were expecting it, however. The officers were undoubtedly trying their best to keep their men moving, but the infantry would be weak. Dalinar tried not to think about the wounded and exhausted. Both would have to be abandoned by the main force. Hopefully, these invaders would show honor to the captured. Below, great troops of men, barely organized in their flight, backed away, retreating northward. Elhokar's forces marched down the middle in the gap left by Dalinar's split flanks. Only the cavalry remained behind, mounted archers used to harry for a retreat. They were taking heavy casualties, however. Dalinar could see that much without hearing the reports, and he cringed at the loss. Horses fell and died, each beast more valuable than 100 suits of armor. Suddenly, a group of horsemen broke off from Elhokar's ragged line. Dalinar leaned forward, frowning. He could barely make out a gold-armored form leading the force to the east.
"What is that fool boy doing?"
he demanded. No one responded, only messengers waited atop the tower. Echothan had gone below to lead the harrying forces. Arrows fell from the invading army as Elhokar passed, but none hit the king. Elhokar spurred his horsemen quickly, making straight for the broken city of Crossguard. A force of horsemen left the invading army, trailing him. Dalinar waited tensely as Elhokar disappeared into the city. It seemed odd that he should now be fearing for the boy's safety. Just hours earlier he had been trying to kill Elhokar. However, the people would need their king, for a time at least, to face this new invader. Personal arguments had to be discarded. The invaders reached Crossguard just as Elhokar's forces burst through a hole in the wall on the other side. Elhokar's horsemen turned, making straight for the main body of the king's army.
What was that about?
Dalinar thought with frustration. The invading force was getting close. It was about time to abandon the tower. Fortunately, the invading army was moving more slowly than Dalinar had expected. There was a sluggishness to their motions, one almost as obvious as that of his men.
"They're tired from marching,"
Dalinar decided. It was the only answer that made sense. They must have come a long way to make their assault. It was a chilling realization. If the invaders had waited just another hour or two, they would have caught Dalinar's forces in camp for the night, even more weakened from the day's exertions, Elhokar's forces presumably destroyed.
"Abandon the base camp,"
Dalinar ordered, waving his messengers to climb down from the tower's top. He waited until they were all down, then followed behind, bellowing for his aides and scribes to retreat. The scene at the base of the tower was one of insane chaos, soldiers and civilians scattering every direction, officers yelling for this chore or that, and people crying that they needed more time. White-robed women scurried about, trying hurriedly to gather up their scribing materials. Dalinar waved for his horse, then mounted. The action seemed to bring a bit of focus to the various groups, and many paused, looking up at him.
"Go,"
he ordered, pointing north.
"Leave everything you can behind. I don't want anyone collapsing during the night's march because they decided to bring a few extra books. Everything can be replaced but you."
The words gave them direction, and their fervor seemed to become a little more directed. Dalinar waited a few moments to make certain they moved as per his order, then turned his horse and galloped toward the back of his troop line. Too many men straggled behind, clutching wounds, barely bandaged. Many just sat where they had collapsed, waiting. Dalinar cursed his inability to help, ignoring their calls as he passed. Fortunately, his main body of troops had retreated well ahead of the oncoming invaders. Most of the men would escape, assuming the invaders didn't press too hard a chase during the night. How long Dalinar's army lasted after that was a matter he didn't bother worrying about for the moment. They couldn't run forever. Eventually, they would be forced into a battle. That would happen another day, however. There would be plans, traps, and perhaps even hope. Perhaps. He turned his horse, galloping toward his now retreating squad of harrying archers. A smiling Echothan nodded to Dalinar as he joined the group, staying just ahead of the oncoming invaders.
"They were obviously focused on getting to the battlefield in a hurry," Echothan yelled. "They barely even bothered with us. We killed 10 of them for every one we lost."
"But every one you lost was one on a horse," Dalinar thought. "A horse that could have carried a wounded man." He had sent 200 horseback archers to harry. Barely 30 had returned. In just a few moments, Dalinar had lost nearly half his army's mounts. The point was irrelevant. Echothan's forces had slowed the enemy, if just a bit. Every moment would count. The horseman turned and galloped back past the line of wounded, and Dalinar reined his horse in, grabbing by the arm a young spearman with a wounded leg. The youth looked up in shock as Dalinar lifted him up with a grunt, placing him on the saddle behind. By unspoken command, the other horsemen did likewise, each helping a wounded man up behind them. There were sudden cries from the field nearby as the wounded realized that this time Dalinar would not ride them by without thought. There were only 30 horses, however, and hundreds of wounded. Steeling himself against the wails of those left behind, Dalinar ordered his group forward before the other wounded could get too close. The horsemen started forward again, moving less quickly this time, but still fast enough to stay ahead of the main body of invaders. The youth on the saddle behind Dalinar held to his plate with rigid hands as the men behind watched their lord abandon them. Dalinar edged his horse closer to Echothan, who rode with a dazed-looking boy that had a head wound.
"Did you see Elhokar ride past your force?"
Dalinar asked over the sound of hoofbeats. Echothan nodded.
"He galloped past us in a mean hurry. That pretty wife of his on the horse behind him."
Wife. So that was what it had been about. Nanava had come to war with the king. It made sense, of course. The queen often served as king's scribe during times of war.
"Did you see a boy in her arms?"
Dalinar yelled. Echothan shook his head.
"I was kind of busy at the time."
Almighty let it be that he left the prince at home. Arador was dead, Jezin Rosh and his family executed, and Renarin missing. If Elhokar's son died with the rest of the army, it would mark the end of the Kholin line.